It's important to us as Americans today because by all historical rights, we shouldn't be here. By all historical rights, the Civil War should have destroyed us as a nation. By all historical rights, the skeptics, the aristocrats, the despots should have rejoiced and should have watched the American democracy destroy itself.
Yet, nearly 150 years after the defining conflict in United States history, many stories of our Civil War remain untold. Gettysburg, Bull Run, Antietam are familiar battles fought in the East. But hundreds of miles from the opposing capitals of Washington and Richmond, another series of campaigns were fought. These on the great expanse of lands between the Appalachians and the Mississippi River. Lands then considered to be the West.
I think in our popular memory of the Civil War, we tend to focus a lot on the East, on some of the battles in the East. But in fact, one could easily argue that the Civil War was won in the West. It was where the Union Army managed to bisect the Confederacy, taking the Mississippi River. So if we want to understand the full impact of this war on the people, you have to understand what went on in the West.
It is a nation born of war. Emboldened by the idea that all men are created equal, American colonists unite to fight their British rulers. In a world dominated by kings and tyrants, the American Revolution gives birth to a noble experiment in democracy.
Shore these up, pack that down. Dig that dirt, tote that barge, lift that bale. Better, but not good enough.
Slavery is the ugly exception to the cries of liberty at the country's founding.
Move along now, move along. Break your backs or I'll break them for you. Heave it.
One way to understand the irony or the paradox of how this could be a nation built on freedom and yet keep people in unfreedom or in slavery is to realize that many of these white Americans didn't see that as any sort of conflict at all. In fact, in their mind, these revolutionary principles only applied to white people.
The idea that all men are created equal was not a jarring contradiction for slaveholders and for most Americans in the 18th as well as the 19th century. To our sensibilities today, it's something that almost impossible for us to imagine how people could reconcile or live with that. But they did, and they did so really with ease.
Many slaveholders regard their property as childlike.
Although we think of African Americans as human beings now, in the 18th century, there was scientific evidence that proved they were the missing link between animals and human beings.
By the 1800s, Americans could point to the research of French scientist Georges Cuvier, then considered one of the world's great minds in the field of zoology. Cuvier was fascinated with a woman from South Africa named Sarah Bartman. Known throughout England and France as the Hottentot Venus, The large woman is displayed in a traveling sideshow that describes her as a phenomenon of nature. Upon her death, Cuvier's autopsy report concludes that Bartman was a species closer to the great apes than humans.
And so when you have science that proves through evidence, through experimental research, that African people are in fact subhuman or at least inferior, it gives the contradiction of democracy and slavery some weight, because these people are not citizens. These people are not full human beings.
The first Africans landed on the shores of North America in 1619, a year before the arrival of the Pilgrims. By the time the Constitution was ratified in 1789, the new United States had a slave population of almost 700,000. Yet many, particularly Northern religious and political leaders, recognized the moral conflict between slavery and liberty. In 1808, Congress bans the importation of slaves.
At the time of the writing of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, it was relatively easy for the founders to think that slavery was going to go away because slavery as an institution was declining. Well, then in the 1790s, the cotton gin was invented. Suddenly, from the institution declining, as it had been before, it began to increase.
The international slave trade is replaced with a thriving domestic slave trade. It becomes the lifeblood of the cotton economy.
The rise of cotton changes the face of the nation. It changes the conditions of life for Black people across the United States.
75% of the South's cotton is shipped abroad, most of it to England and France.
Cotton is the white gold of the transatlantic economy. Cotton was for the 19th century economy, for the Industrial Revolution, what oil is today for the world economy that we live in. Southerners needed to make the profits that they needed to make from that cotton, but how to do it? You need a cheap labor force. If you can enslave that labor force, then you're getting it at the cheapest rates possible.
By the time of the Civil War, the enslaved people providing that labor are valued at about $3 billion. That's more than the combined value of all the railroads, factories, and banks then in America. And yet, it is not only Southerners who benefit from the cotton windfalls. Northern banks have a stranglehold on many Southern planters. Cotton mills, shipping interests, even insurance companies in the North reap great profits from America's white gold.
The nation's economy was built on the back of slaves. This was not a Southern issue. It was a national issue. And it was an issue that was not a problem because the economy of slavery and the economy of wage labor in the North were compatible. They worked brilliantly together. The raw materials produced by the hands of slaves fueled not just the rural South, but it also helped energize a growing industrial North.
All right, boys, we got a fresh load of brick. As soon as you're done piling that brick up, we need to...
Let's tell a terrible truth, that most Northern whites, although they lived in what were, legally, ostensibly, free states, were thoroughly committed to white racial supremacy. As any random sampling you might take of slaveholders in the Southern states where slavery was legal. Take a census of Black people in the North, free Black people in the North, and you will find that only in a handful of locations did they have anything even approaching civil equality. For Northern whites, slavery was a problem, not because it was an act of racial injustice, but because slavery had permitted Black people into North America. Northern whites wanted a nation that was, in effect, a sandbox for white people only. Northern states might be free states. They were also anti-black states.
A powerful minority called abolitionists preach of the evils of slavery. Most Northerners denounce the abolitionists as pariahs and extremists. But by the 1850s, the abolitionist message begins to resonate with many who begin to rally around the anti-slavery cause.
And so faced with that challenge, these Southern slaveholders begin to develop their own moral justification for slavery, beginning in the 1830s. And they start talking about slavery as a positive good, that slavery is something that is redeeming the people of African descent, and that we as Southern slaveholders are taking care of and civilizing these people. So it's a moral issue for them. It's an economic issue for them. And we also can't forget it's a social, racial issue for them. If you get rid of slavery, you get rid of the structure that is guaranteeing all white people in Southern society status.
And yet the catalyst for civil war comes not from North or South, but rather West.
The United States is expanding, and so there's a need for more land, for more cotton, and also for more slaves.
By 1850, a nation of 13 original colonies has grown to 31 states. America stretches westward, not only to the Mississippi River, but all the way to the Pacific Ocean.
A newspaper editor actually coined the term, and he said it was the manifest destiny of the United States to overspread the continent, to spread liberty. But wait a minute, what about slavery? Is slavery going to spread? We spread liberty? Are we going to spread slavery too? Does slavery follow the flag?
Southern politicians demand to not only preserve slavery, but to expand it. Political compromises in 1820, 1850, and then again in 1854 provide temporary solutions. But in the end, Western expansion disrupts the balance in Congress between free and slave states. A prelude of the bloodletting to come erupts in Kansas Territory, where voters battle over whether their new state will be free or slave.
Suddenly, in 1860, a candidate is elected to the presidency who is unashamedly, unapologetically opposed to slavery. And when Southerners hear this, they hear the death knell ringing for them.
Abraham Lincoln from Illinois is the candidate of the newly formed Republican Party. He is elected without receiving a single electoral vote from the South. Lincoln's priority is to preserve the Union. The president-elect vows to not interfere with slavery in states where it already exists. That does little to comfort those in the South who fear Lincoln will use the federal government to trample states' rights.
For white Southerners, with Lincoln's election, they saw the beginning of the end. They believed that a Republican Party committed to stopping the expansion of slavery in the territories would spell their demise. They saw Lincoln as a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Lincoln is an arrow pointed at the heart of their entire social and economic system.
Come on now, nice and tight. Yeah, I got it. All right, that's good, that's good.
Well, there were about 3.9 million enslaved people in the U.S. in 1860, and that ended up being about 40% of the Confederate population. So that's a significant proportion.
I'm thirsty. I want some water. I'm gonna tell you something right now. You remember what happened last one of y'all that got up here running your mouth at me? Do you remember that?
Now, if you break the Confederacy down by region, you can see that it's in the Deep South where you see the greatest percentage of that slave population.
Now you stop right there. I told you, you was last.
And so it's not really a coincidence that you see those deep southern states are the first to secede.
Yeah, you go ahead and you take your drink this time. That's what I'd expect out of you, boy, just wasting the water. That'll be the last water you get today.
Just 2 months after Lincoln's election, Mississippi, the largest cotton-producing state, joins South Carolina and secedes from the Union. Within a month, 5 more states from the Deep South follow. Jefferson Davis, who recently resigned his U.S. Senate seat, is chosen president of the new Confederate States of America. Davis agrees with the official declaration made by the Mississippi Secession delegates, who defend secession by stating,
"Our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest in the world. Its labor supplies the product, which constitutes by far the largest and most important portions of the commerce of the earth. These products are peculiar to the climate verging on the tropical regions, and by an imperious law of nature, none but the black race can bear exposure to the tropical sun. These products have become necessities of the world, and a blow at slavery is a blow at commerce and civilization. That blow has been long aimed at the institution and was at the point of reaching its consummation. There was no choice left us but submission to the mandates of abolition, or a dissolution of the Union whose principles had been subverted to work out our ruin."
One of the most poignant lines says, "We are thoroughly interested in maintaining the institution of slavery because it's one of the greatest benefits of mankind." And so that's an important acknowledgement of how vital slavery was, not just to the state, but also to that region, that they made no bones about it. Slavery was the central issue of the Civil War.
The belief that liberty should be extended to all people, regardless of class, color, or gender, that simply was not within the thinking of most antebellum Americans. And for slaveholders, they believed that liberty and freedom was actually dependent upon the enslavement of African Americans. So for white Southerners on the eve of the Civil War, they could make the bold claim that they were fighting for their liberty and feel no remorse, feel no tension, feel no contradiction in the fact that they thought that that liberty was dependent upon fighting and dying for the enslavement of African Americans.
If we're talking about politics, the political tensions that erupted, sectional tensions and whatnot, are rooted in slavery. The economic differences were rooted in slavery. And the states' right argument, well, we're talking about a states' right to do what? The southern states seceded to protect slavery.
85 years after declaring itself independent from Great Britain, America's grand experiment in democracy is about to be put to its greatest test. April 12, 1861. Charleston, South Carolina. Carrying out instructions from Jefferson Davis, Confederate forces bombard Fort Sumter, forcing the surrender of the Union garrison the next day. President Lincoln responds by calling for 75,000 troops. That order convinces Virginia, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Tennessee to join the Confederacy. Lincoln refuses to recognize the Confederate government and instead considers the seceding states to be in rebellion. As an Illinois congressman, Lincoln had said, "A house divided cannot stand." Now, as president, Lincoln must use force to unite a divided nation or watch the United States be dissolved.
There was the belief by many that there would not be a war, and that certainly if there was going to be any sort of bloodshed, it would not be very extended. One or two engagements and both sides would come to their senses.
Both sides believed the war would be over within 90 days. There would be little bloodshed. One politician stated that the amount of bloodshed could be mopped up with a handkerchief.
So when the war begins, you have men who are fighting for preservation of the Union, and you have men who are fighting for their homes, defending it from what they perceive as an invasion. But they had no idea. They thought that it was going to be an adventure. They'll be home by Christmas.
Old brown Rosie, the rose of Alabama, the sweet tobacco posy is my rose of Alabama.
And what they found out is they ended up in camps, dying of disease, incredible boredom, loneliness, hot, cold, punctuated by these incredible conflicts.
The Union hopes to bring a quick end to the war by attacking a Confederate force near a crossroad in Virginia called Manassas Junction. Instead, Federal troops, led by Brigadier General Irvin McDowell, are routed. The Union force scurries back to Washington, only 30 miles to the north. The Battle of Bull Run is the first major battle in the East. But Union leaders realize that the ultimate defeat of the Confederacy means taking the fight beyond the Appalachians.
We underestimate the importance of the Western theater at our peril, because in the West, you have the single most important economic highway of the North American continent, and that is the Great Mississippi Valley. If you wanted to put a finger on the most important commercial confluence, the most important economic lifeline of the American Republic, then it flowed through the West.
In Virginia, the east-west flowing rivers are obstacles, but in the West, they are avenues. One Union general writes, "Whatever nation gets control of the Ohio, Mississippi, and Missouri rivers will control the continent." In February 1862, 15,000 Union soldiers land along the banks of the Tennessee River. It is an invasion to end a rebellion. The 652-mile Tennessee runs parallel to the Mississippi further to the west. It cuts through the heart of the Western Confederacy, from the Ohio River, through the crucial border state of Kentucky, and into the state of Tennessee. For nearly 200 miles, it even flows through northern Alabama. Like the Mississippi and Ohio rivers, the Tennessee is wide enough for transport steamers to quickly deliver troops and supplies. For the Union, this campaign will be a test for the Navy's ironclad gunboats, state-of-the-art warships. The coming battle will also be a test for a little-known graduate of West Point, a soldier with an average record whom many have unfairly branded a drunk. General Ulysses S. Grant is the unlikeliest of heroes, yet he will emerge from the West as the greatest soldier and general in the entire Union Army. Grant's orders: seize 2 strategic forts guarding the Confederate interior. Fort Henry overlooks the Tennessee River. 12 miles east, Fort Donelson guards the Cumberland, a river leading to the Tennessee capital of Nashville.
Those forts are important because it was hoped by the Confederates
that they would stop Union gunboats, Union riverboats carrying troops and supplies, from penetrating farther up the Tennessee River and up the Cumberland River.
On February 6th, naval gunboats pound Fort Henry into submission. But the Confederate defensive position at Fort Donelson is much stronger. 2 river batteries containing more than a dozen heavy guns point northward toward a sharp bend of the Cumberland. On February 14th, Union ironclads fire hundreds of Iron Valentines into Fort Donelson. But this time, the Navy is decisively repulsed. Meanwhile, Grant's force of 27,000 moves overland and approaches the landward side of Fort Donelson.
Grant later summed up his idea of the art of war in a rather pithy way. He said, get at the enemy as quick as you can, hit him as hard as you can, and keep moving on.
The next morning, Grant's art of war philosophy is put to a serious test. Confederates inside Fort Donelson attempt to break out and bust through Grant's lines. After furious fighting in the ravines and steep terrain surrounding the fort, Grant forces the Confederates back inside Fort Donelson. Confederate Brigadier General Simon Buckner asks for terms of surrender. Grant's response, unconditional and immediate.
I think what this unconditional surrender demand tells us about Grant is his determination. We've got a general here who's not going to fool around, who's going to prosecute this war and is going to end it in a way that it ought to be ended.
At Fort Donelson, 12,000 Confederates surrender, and the Northern press anoints a national hero.
But Grant, with his initials, U.S. Grant, Unconditional Surrender Grant, it came together brilliantly. Ulysses S. Grant's victories, Fort Henry and Fort Donelson, they captivated a Northern nation craving good news, especially in the wake of what had happened at First Manassas.
Just 9 days after the Confederate surrender, Nashville, the capital of Tennessee, falls to Union troops. More importantly, the victory enables Union forces to seize control of the lower Tennessee River, the strategic pathway leading into the Confederate heartland. Confederate forces in the West respond by abandoning Kentucky and Middle Tennessee, retreating south into West Tennessee, northern Alabama, and Mississippi.
You have to wonder how soon Confederates in deep South states like Mississippi and Alabama thought that they would have Union troops on their soil.
March 1862. The Federals lease a fleet of steamboats to transport Grant's troops deeper into Tennessee. Over 12 dozen steam southward, equipped with everything an army needs to mount a major campaign. A journey requiring weeks overland now takes only days on the Tennessee. The Union forces unload at Pittsburgh Landing, where roads provide easy access to rail lines crucial to the Confederate war effort. By early April 1862, Grant's force of 48,000 stretches across a high wooded plateau in southwest Tennessee. Grant's most inexperienced troops camp over 2 miles from Pittsburgh Landing near a simple Methodist meeting house named Shiloh. Roughly translated, the Hebrew word Shiloh means a place of peace. Grant's mission: sever 2 vital Western Confederate railroads which intersect at the small town of Corinth, Mississippi.
A lot of the Federal High Command will talk about how we have to go down to Corinth. C.F. Smith talks about we have to root them out like you would a badger out of a hole.
Running through Corinth is the South's only complete rail connection linking the Mississippi to the Atlantic.
One Confederate official called it the vertebrae of the Confederacy. So that's what makes Shiloh, I think, so important. And if you're a Confederate, you know that if the Union captures Corinth and captures control of those railroads, your supply situation is difficult, your movement of troops is difficult, your railroad system, which isn't very good anyway, is going to be even worse.
Grant knows a large enemy force has gathered to defend the Corinth Railroad junction, but he is unaware those same Confederates are now marching forward to attack him. General Albert Sidney Johnston commands the Western Confederate Army. President Jefferson Davis boasts, "If Johnston is not a general, then we have no general." For Johnston, it is a race against the clock. He has received intelligence that more Union troops will soon be joining Grant at Pittsburgh Landing. Marching overland from Nashville to Shiloh is a second Union Army. 35,000 soldiers under the command of General Don Carlos Buell.
The opportunity that is presented to Johnston, of course, is to hit one at a time. And this is not rocket science. You don't need a military academy education to figure out that you want to fight one army instead of two.
Johnston has a bold plan to destroy Grant's army before Buell's forces arrive. Surprise and turn Grant's left flank. Cut off his line of retreat to the Tennessee River. Pin his army against the swampy lowlands of Owl Creek. Force Grant to surrender. The Confederate advance toward Shiloh is troubled from the start. A spring storm turns crude roads into rivers of mud. A march which should have taken a single day to accomplish consumes 3. In the coming battle, this delay will haunt Johnston and his Confederate army. U.S. Grant is under explicit orders from the Union command. Do not advance until Buell and his army arrive. Grant is convinced Johnston lacks the resolve and ability to attack.
If Grant has a weakness at this time in the war, it's that he doesn't always consider what his opposition will do. Johnston wouldn't be stupid enough to leave those entrenchments at Corinth and march 20 miles and attack us in the open. Never happened, never happened.
16-year-old Thomas Duncan from Mississippi is a courier for the Confederates.
Riding out to a high point in front of our center, I hear the Union troops drilling in their encampment. The drum and fife and the commands of the officers are plainly heard. It suddenly struck me. The Union Army is absolutely unaware of the presence of our army.
Brigadier General William Tecumseh Sherman receives reports of large groups of Confederates, but he dismisses them as mere scouting parties.
What the hell is this garbage? You people are standing...
The preceding year, Sherman had gotten in trouble for overestimating the number of Confederates he was facing. The newspapers had even reported that he was insane. So in the days leading up to Shiloh, Sherman was very determined that he was not going to have that happen again.
Just a mile beyond Sherman's camp is the leading edge of Johnston's 43,000 Confederates.
And they camp there. And some of them are even firing their weapons, testing them. and yet nobody pays that much attention to it.
And he said unto them, When ye pray, say, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, as in heaven, so on earth. Give us day by day.
Most of the Confederates are like Thomas Duncan,
Forgive us our sins.
raw recruits who have never tasted battle.
We also forgive everyone.
As night came on, we lay down in line of battle to rest and slumber, realizing the danger of the coming morn, and the certainty that for many, the next sunrise would be their last on earth.
Colonel Everett Peabody commands a brigade on the Union front line. Unlike his superiors, Peabody believes the Confederate presence is more than scouting parties. Despite orders not to engage the enemy, Peabody orders 250 men out on a pre-dawn patrol. Just after 5 a.m., they step onto the farm of James Fraley, some 2 miles southwest of Shiloh Church. They are the opening shots of what will become the first epic battle of the Civil War. After an hour, Peabody's troops withdraw from Fraley Field.
It wasn't really until about sunrise that it really became clear on the Union side that they were up against Johnston's whole army.
Johnston realizes that he has the opportunity to alter the course of the war. He says to his men, "Today we must conquer or perish."
And there had been warning signs for days that the Confederates were not just up to something, there was something big in the works. And when it exploded, just all hell breaks loose. And the Confederate attack is really like a sledgehammer.
Colonel Peabody's superior is General Benjamin Prentiss.
Colonel Peabody, report!
Sir, all indications are that there's a sizable force of Confederates that are coming up from Corinth.
Prentiss accuses the young colonel of violating orders and bringing on the engagement.
I didn't bring on an engagement. The whole Confederate Army's marching on me, sir.
Prentiss was furious. This had been contrary to orders, and Peabody had not gotten permission. And Prentiss confronted Peabody and scolded him very severely for bringing on a fight.
Prentiss's heavily outnumbered division puts up stubborn resistance, but by 9 a.m., their defense crumbles. Killed while trying to rally his troops is Colonel Everett Peabody. In 4 hours of fighting at Shiloh, the Union suffers over 2,000 casualties. Half of Grant's soldiers at Shiloh have never been in combat.
There's that first time you get shot at. And there's that first time you realize that this is for real and that you could die. You're seeing what artillery fire does to the human body. You're seeing blood spilled in ways that you can't imagine. Those moments that really haunt men for the rest of their lives. This is some of the experience in the woods around the Shiloh church that morning, is they're experiencing all the horrors of combat for the first time. And you're seeing things that really violate all sense of decency.
"18-year-old Leander Stillwell is a private with the 61st Illinois.
I was astonished at our first retreat in the morning. It seemed to me we were forever disgraced. I kept thinking to myself, what will they say about this at home?
Instead of advancing, many of the Confederates break ranks to ransack Union camps. Some have not eaten since leaving Corinth, Mississippi 3 days earlier. For many of the raw recruits, the spoils of war are too tempting to pass up. Johnston is infuriated when he catches an officer plundering. To rally his men, Johnston takes his own plunder, a simple tin cup.
Let this be my portion of the spoils today.
By mid-morning, the Confederate advance reaches Shiloh Church. It is the scene of some of the most savage fighting of the battle.
Horses are screeching, horses are dying, people are getting hit, they're screaming. They're calling for their mothers, they're calling on God. It's just mass confusion.
Most soldiers engaged at Shiloh are between 18 and 30 years old.
At a battle like Shiloh, they realize it's not all about adventure, it's not all about lofty concepts like honor and independence. They realize it's about killing. And for many of them, this is an uncomfortable, to say the least, realization. They don't easily transition into becoming killing machines. They have a great deal of ambivalence about shouldering these weapons and actually killing people.
16-year-old musician John Cockerell arrived with his father, the commander of the 70th Ohio Infantry. John and his father become separated near Shiloh Church. Young Cockerell soon finds himself aiding the wounded.
Near Shiloh Church, passing soldiers called for me to assist them. We carried the poor fellow to the rear and found there a scene of disorder. Not to say, panic. The enemy began pressing closely, and Shiloh Church was no more a desirable place for my military observations. I started towards the Tennessee River. I had not proceeded more than a mile when I encountered General John MacArthur's Highland Brigade of Illinois troops. A chipper young lieutenant stopped me and asked where did I belong. I replied that I belonged to Ohio. He said that Ohio was making a bad show of it, then asked if I wanted to fight with them. I responded I was willing to take a temporary berth in his regiment. Thus, I became attached to Company B of the 9th Illinois Regiment.
John Cockerell doesn't realize it, but he has joined a unit that will have the highest casualty rate of all Union regiments at Shiloh. In 5 hours of brutal fighting, the Confederates managed to overrun the forward Union camps. Fresh Union divisions moved forward from Pittsburgh Landing to help stop the onslaught. Johnston personally supervises the Confederate right, while General P.G.T. Beauregard oversees the left. By 11 a.m., the battle rages along a crooked 3-mile front. U.S. Grant has completely underestimated the Confederates. It is a mistake he will never make again. At noon, Grant orders Sherman to counterattack.
You begin to see the Confederate attack start to splinter. They're not able to deal that final lethal blow. And the Confederate attack is beginning to lose a lot of its steam.
After some of the most severe fighting at Shiloh, Sherman grudgingly gives ground. But their decimated divisions have bought Grant what he needs most: precious time. Adding to the Confederates' woe at Shiloh is the hellish terrain itself. A morass of dense woods, thick undergrowth, and deep ravines through which they must advance. Most serious is the awful carnage. Earlier in the day at Ray Field, the 6th Mississippi marched straight into a murderous Union crossfire. In mere moments, 300 of the regiment's 425 soldiers were cut down. The slaughter of the 6th Mississippi is one of many such scenes repeated again and again at Shiloh.
I think that the reason for the extremely high casualty lists at Shiloh was simply that you had two sides that were very similar in the motivation, and they were simply very determined to prevail and not to be beaten. I think if they had been using short swords, they probably would have stood up against each other and hacked at each other until they had killed about that many of each other.
Though staggered, the majority of Johnston's army continues to engage the Union left and right. Meanwhile, another fight erupts, this one in an oak thicket choking the center of the battlefield. Since mid-morning, Union soldiers have been putting up a stubborn defense in the thick underbrush.
And the Confederate soldiers, hearing the Union bullets whistling through the thicket, referred to the area as the Hornet's Nest.
Over the course of 4 hours, Confederate troops repeatedly storm the Hornet's Nest. Each time they are driven back. Colonel Randall Lee Gibson commands a brigade from Louisiana and Arkansas.
4 times the assault proved unavailing. The strong and almost inaccessible position of the enemy, his infantry well covered in ambush, and his artillery skillfully posted and efficiently served, was found to be impregnable to infantry alone. We were repulsed.
It's one of those situations where the geography plays a role. The Hornet's Nest is a very difficult place to get to. So it does come down to geography and just sheer determination.
Johnston is determined to crush the Federal stronghold. The Confederate commander will personally rally a group who has refused to charge.
The Yankees were stubborn, he said, and you're going to have to give them the bayonet. Johnston leaned out and tapped their bayonets with his tin cup.
We're going to have to use the bayonet.
As he got to the middle of their line, he turned his horse toward the enemy and he said, "I will lead you."
They are advanced by Johnston into a peach orchard just east of the Hornet's Nest. At the peach orchard is some of the most bitter fighting of Shiloh. Private Sam Watkins of the 1st Tennessee.
I had heard and read of battlefields, seen pictures of battlefields. Horses and men, cannon and wagons all jumbled together while the ground was strewn with dead and dying and wounded, but I must confess that I never realized the pomp and circumstance of the thing called glorious war till I saw this. It all seemed to me a dream.
With the battle raging around the peach orchard, an aide to General Johnston finds the Confederate commander reeling in his saddle.
He said, "General, are you wounded?" Johnston said, "Yes, and I fear seriously." The subordinate led Johnston into a place that was sheltered and helped him off his horse.
General, sir, please respond to us.
He began looking for the wound. He couldn't find it.
I don't see anything else, Captain, myself.
He was poking around in Johnston's clothes. Where's the wound? He couldn't find it.
We don't know what's wrong with him.
Johnston had quickly lost consciousness completely.
Do you know me? Johnston! Johnston! Johnston!
Behind Johnston's knee, a bullet has lacerated a large artery. In less than 20 minutes, he bleeds to death. General Albert Sidney Johnston will be the highest-ranked officer killed in the Civil War. The day that began with so much promise ends with the death of the man Jefferson Davis, considered to be the finest officer in the Confederacy. Word of Johnston's death slowly makes its way through the Confederate ranks at Shiloh. A soldier from Louisiana remarks, "A chilliness of gloom crept over our entire command."
I think for the Confederate forces, East and West, because this is a two-front war, there are several episodes early on where they had a legitimate chance to really drive a knife into the heart of the U.S. war effort. And I would say that in the West, that Shiloh's, that first day, that was their chance to totally alter the course of the war.
In the hellish terrain surrounding a simple log structure known as Shiloh Church, rages the first epic battle of the Civil War. In a dawn attack, nearly 44,000 Confederates, led by General Albert Sidney Johnston, surprised the Union Army. The Federal troops had boldly advanced into southwest Tennessee, with the hopes of winning a grand battle that they believe will end the war. A few hours into the Battle of Shiloh, those hopes are all but dashed. By midday, Union Generals Ulysses S. Grant and William Tecumseh Sherman rally their stunned troops. The Confederate attack loses steam. For most, Shiloh is their first taste of battle. The casualties are unimaginable. Even Johnston, considered by many to be the best of the Confederate generals, lies dead.
Johnston, do you know me? Do you know me?
And now Shiloh becomes the first of the big slaughters of the Civil War. The loss of life, the wounds at Shiloh are on a scale that the United States had not previously encountered.
By mid-afternoon, the fight shifts from the Union flanks to a dense thicket in the center of the battlefield, at a place survivors would later dub the Hornet's Nest. 6,000 stubborn Union soldiers repulse attack after attack. After hours of failed piecemeal assaults, Confederate leaders begin shifting every available cannon on the Shiloh battlefield. The batteries now take aim at the Hornet's Nest, just 300 yards away. For more than an hour, Confederate guns pound away at the Hornet's Nest. The barrage pins down Union forces. The brutal combat at Shiloh marks the first titanic battle of the Western Campaign. The Federal armies have invaded, intending to sever a crucial railroad junction just 20 miles south at Corinth, Mississippi. The railroad is the Confederacy's only complete line connecting the Mississippi Valley to the Atlantic Ocean. In the east, the Union has already been humiliated at Bull Run, a battle just 20 miles from the White House. Another defeat, this time in lands then known as the West, will be a crushing blow to Abraham Lincoln's hope of reunifying a divided nation.
The Western theater, I argue, is the most significant part of the war. Had it not been for that activity in the Western theater, that war might have gone on forever and the number of casualties would have been greater. It's clear to me, in any way, that the Western theater is where the war was either won if you're a Union supporter or lost if you're a Confederate.
A Confederate victory at Shiloh would be a giant step toward the goal of Southern independence.
Steady, boys, steady!
While the battle rages in the Hornet's Nest, another fight is about to explode in the steep terrain overlooking the Tennessee River.
We can do it, boys.
There, a frightened John Cockerell stands among the ranks of the 9th Illinois.
Rebels are coming, but we're gonna hold our ground. You understand that? Ohio, you're gonna stick with us. We'll get you through this today. We will be victorious, boys. We'll get you back to your family and to your unit.
Earlier in the day, the 16-year-old from Ohio became separated from his father's regiment during the fierce clash near Shiloh Church. A lieutenant with the 9th Illinois convinced the young Ohioan to fight with them. Now, Cockerell and the others wait for an attack that is sure to come.
Everything looked weird and unnatural. The leaves on the trees, though scarcely out of the bud, seemed greener than I had ever seen leaves, and larger. With a suddenness, there came from all along our front a crash of musketry. Actions took the grotesque form of nightmares. The roar and din of the battle and all its terror outstripped my most fanciful dreams of pandemonium.
For nearly 3 hours, Confederates deliver what Cockerell calls a dreadful baptism of fire. Among those killed is Frederick E. Vogler, the chipper young lieutenant who invited young Cockerell to fight with his regiment.
The enemy fire became so terrible we were driven into the ravine. We kept firing as long as cartridges lasted. was at this point our blue line wavered. Out of the ravine we survivors poured, pursued by the howling enemy. I remember my horror at the thought of being shot in the back as I retreated from the top of the bank and galloped as gracefully as I could.
Interestingly, the soldiers referred to first experience of combat as seeing the elephant. And when you think about what an elephant looks like and what an elephant might do to you, it gives you, I think, kind of a good insight into the way these people felt.
In this bloodbath, the 9th Illinois loses more men killed and wounded than any Union regiment at Shiloh. Cockrell somehow survives the slaughter. He joins a line of Union stragglers retreating back to the Tennessee River.
In the crowd of fear-stricken and dejected soldiers, I met a man who belonged to my father's regiment.
Have you seen my dad?
Inquiring of the fate of the regiment, he told me it had been entirely cut to pieces, and he had personally witnessed the death of my father, seen him shot from his horse. This filled me with dismay, and I determined, non-combatant that I was, to retire from the battlefield.
For Federals in the Hornet's Nest, the situation has grown desperate. In late afternoon, both flanks of the Confederate Army press forward, tightening the noose. The stubborn Union soldiers are surrounded. Some Federal troops manage to slip out of the trap, but for many, there is no escape.
Take him up the hill. Lead him up the hill.
General Benjamin Prentiss, who survived the opening Confederate assault some 10 hours earlier, finds himself surrounded in a wooded ravine. Prentiss surrenders, along with more than 2,200 Union soldiers. Union Commander Ulysses S. Grant hastily establishes a 2-mile-long last line of defense. The Confederates mount one final assault, but the Union line stands firm. After 13 hours of fighting, the exhausted Confederate troops pull back to the captured Union camps. With Albert Sidney Johnston dead, General P.G.T. Beauregard assumes command.
Take him to a tent. Yes, sir.
At his headquarters near Shiloh Church, he dispatches a message to Confederate President Jefferson Davis describing a complete victory. 16-year-old Thomas Duncan is a Confederate courier.
With a seeming victory in our grasp, and with the brave, though depleted and disorganized Army of the Blue at bay at River's brink, we saw the battle cease for the day.
But U.S. Grant is not ready to concede defeat. He knows reinforcements are on the way. Not beaten by a damn sight, he mutters. Though bloodied, Grant's army had survived to fight another day.
And Grant was at the moment of crisis, and even the great commanders have moments of crisis. He always, I think, believed in himself in that capacity. I don't think a man like Grant ever had a doubt that he would win.
All of the high officers, with one exception, seemed to believe that they would pull out and that they would cross the river during the night and escape. The one exception to all this, of course, was Grant himself.
Night comes. And Sherman comes up to him and really to see, well, what's going to happen? What are we going to do the next day?
And Sherman says to him, well, Grant, we've had the devil's own time today, haven't we?
And Grant looks at Sherman and says, yep, we'll lick him tomorrow, though.
And Sherman is just taken back. This guy's not going to retreat. He's going to go on the offensive the next day. And this is an incredible thing to do.
I think that certain people are placed in certain places by luck or by fate, and Grant was in the right spot.
I cannot think of any general at this time in the history of the war who would have done the same thing.
Late that night, a violent storm engulfs the Shiloh battlefield. Thunder and lightning combine with cannon fire from Union gunboats to create a night no soldier at Shiloh will ever forget.
The woods, that first night especially, are filled with sounds that you could never accurately reproduce. There were soldiers who wrote on that first night of hearing the wild hogs feeding on the wounded. And having to listen to that all night. And there's no button you can push to shut it off. And then when the sun comes up, you know it's going to start all over again.
When the sun comes up that second day, Beauregard believes that he's won the great victory, and it's just a matter of mopping up. The Union Army was in terrible shape. They've been driven back. Their confidence is broken. They're finished.
Defeat is the last thing on Grant's mind. Overnight, 13,000 soldiers, commanded by General Don Carlos Buell, have finally arrived from Nashville. General Lew Wallace reinforces Grant with another 5,800 Union soldiers. According to a soldier from Louisiana, Federal troops sprouted from the ground like mushrooms. Courier Thomas Duncan.
A small squad of us were preparing breakfast when firing began suddenly on the line. A wild-eyed rider proclaimed the arrival of Buell, warning us to run for our lives.
It's apparent that counterattack has power to it. It has power, it has purpose, and it's mass, and it's totally unexpected.
April 7th is like day one at Shiloh, but in reverse. Beauregard's stunned Confederates rally, fighting desperately to halt the onslaught of the reinforced Federals.
It's no longer a sense of getting up and finding something to eat this morning. It's getting up and finding something to put in my musket so I can fight this battle, because this battle has come back, and it's come back into my face.
A continued breakdown in the Confederate chain of command only makes matters worse. Colonel John Moore commands a makeshift brigade of 3 regiments, which includes his own 2nd Texas Infantry. Moore is ordered to advance his brigade across a peach orchard, but to hold his fire. In the woods ahead of him, Moore is told, waits another Confederate force.
And it's apparent they don't know who's in front of them, but they've been told who's in front of them. And they've been told they're friends.
The soldiers located in front of Moore's approaching men are not friends. They are from Indiana and Ohio. John C. Moore.
Even after the enemy opened fire, my officers reported the order was still given not to fire on our supposed friends. In one instance, after a private returned the fire of the enemy, a staff officer drew his pistol and threatened to blow off the man's head if he fired again.
There's no way for anybody really to get a handle on it, except maybe in the decision that Moore makes after the ambush, when he's ordered to attack and he refuses.
The chaos Moore and his men face is experienced by many Confederates on Shiloh's second day. The fighting is every bit as fierce and bloody as the day before. Confederates under General Beauregard's leadership fight bravely. But now, outnumbered and overwhelmed, they are steadily driven back to Shiloh Church. An aide to General Beauregard sums up the situation by saying, "The fire and animation has left our troops." Shortly after 2 p.m., Beauregard issues an order unthinkable just 8 hours earlier. Withdraw.
They came so very close to be so close to victory so many times and never quite be able to achieve it. It was almost like it was something that they were reaching out for and they never could quite get it.
General Grant remains under orders to not engage the Confederates. For now, he is content to have recovered Union camps lost the previous day. The Confederates endure a bitter 20-mile march back to Corinth, Mississippi. There, they'll dig in to defend the town's vital rail junction. After Shiloh, laments one New Orleans resident, the South never smiled again.
Shiloh illustrates that the war is here and it's deadly. They're going to have to invest everything into the war to win their cause. How could anyone smile with that vision of the future?
For the next few days, Union soldiers undertake the gruesome task of burying the dead. Even the hard-bitten General Sherman is moved.
The battlefield was a heart-sickening sight. The dead were lying in every conceivable shape. Some had fallen with their guns fast in their hands. Others had received the messenger of death. And with their lifeblood ebbing away, had sought the shelters of logs and trees, and laid down to die.
It's impossible, I think, for us to imagine what it must have looked like. The smell is awful. There are burial details every place. And maybe the biggest horror of all is as the Union Army is trying to reorganize itself and wagons are going back and forth across the battlefield, the wheels of the wagons will dig up shallow graves, and you will see corpses lying there being run over by wagons and by horses. And what a horrible thing. You have to think to yourself, Is this what's going to happen to me?
At Shiloh, the total casualties, a staggering 24,000 men. A single battle claims more casualties than all of America's previous wars combined.
They did arithmetic. All of a sudden they could realize, hell, that's more people lost in 2 days than we've lost in all the wars we've fought to date. That becomes apparent to everyone. Golly, in 2 days, we've amassed, the same amount of killed, wounded, and missing personnel in our military bodies as we've accomplished in nearly a century of existence. That's shocking. You think about the connections of that 24,000. This begins to affect homes, it affects communities, it affects loved ones, friends. Entire communities end up having a bad day because a sizable preponderance of their young men, 18 to 29, are gone. They're no longer, or they're totally torn to pieces and maimed for life, and it just reverberates.
The great battle General Grant and others hoped would end the war is in fact just the beginning of a brutal war no one could have imagined. When the battle began, John Cockerell was a young musician. Now, in the aftermath of bloody Shiloh, the 16-year-old Cockerell is a combat veteran. Near dusk, he wanders through the ransacked camp of the 70th Ohio. The last place he saw his father alive. Through the haze is a sight Cockerell can hardly believe.
The 70th Regiment came back after the most terrible fighting and campaigning. At its head rode my father, whom I supposed to be dead. He was pale, haggard and worn, but unscathed. My father had not seen me nor heard from me for more than 60 hours. He took me into his arms and gave me the most affectionate embrace my life had ever known.
7 months after Shiloh, John Cockerell returned to the Ohio home he dreamed of during the battle. He would become an accomplished journalist, writing for the Cincinnati Enquirer and the Washington Post. Years later, he would write about 2 days in April 1862, when the world appeared to turn upside down in the thick woods along the Tennessee River. Two weeks after their defeat at Shiloh, the Confederacy suffers another blow in the West. A fleet of Union warships under the command of Admiral David Farragut captures New Orleans, the South's largest city and most important port. And for Confederate troops over 1,000 miles away in Virginia, the war effort begins to falter. Union General George McClellan, nicknamed Little Napoleon, has a bold plan to take the Confederate capital of Richmond, Virginia. In March 1862, McClellan landed more than 100,000 troops at Fort Monroe and begins to fight his way up the peninsula towards Richmond. At Seven Pines, Confederate commander Joseph Johnston is severely wounded and replaced with a rising star named Robert E. Lee. 4 months after it began, Lincoln orders McClellan to return his army to Washington. For the Union, the Peninsula Campaign is a military disappointment. Yet, it was a seemingly minor incident a year earlier, on the tip of the very same Virginia Peninsula, that ignites a sweeping chain of events that would alter the course of the war. May 1861. 3 runaway slaves row a stolen boat and surrender to the Union-occupied Fort Monroe. Their arrival creates a legal dilemma for the fort's commander and for the United States Army. President Abraham Lincoln refuses to recognize the Confederate government. He considers the Southern states to be in rebellion. Therefore, federal law still applies in the South. Legally, the escaped slaves are the property of their Southern owner and must be returned.
The Fugitive Slave Law of 1850 is still on the books. It's still the law of the land. And strictly speaking, the United States Army is obligated to live up to the tenets of the Fugitive Slave Law. Those soldiers are, after all, obliged to enforce the law.
The next day, a Confederate officer, under a flag of truce, arrives at Fort Monroe and demands the property back. The Union fort's commander, General Benjamin Franklin Butler, quickly rejects the request. The runaways had earlier revealed that they were going to help construct Confederate gun emplacements, guns to be aimed directly at Fort Monroe. Butler curtly dismisses the Confederate officer, calling the escaped slaves contrabands of war.
Contraband means property, and so there's this legal term that enters the lexicon, and it is latched onto and used throughout the end of the Civil War.
And what Butler's thinking is that they are still property, but they are enemy property, and therefore it is lawful in a time of war for the Union to seize them. So he justifies allowing these slaves to stay in Union Army lines as contraband.
And within a few days, he had 200 fugitive slaves at the fort's door, and he took them all in, confiscating them as contraband of war. He realized by taking this source of labor, this source of aid, that it would cripple the Confederacy.
In Washington, D.C., President Lincoln and his cabinet follow the unfolding drama. He takes no formal action, for now.
It took the Union Army by surprise, and it took the Union government by surprise. It took Lincoln by surprise. They were not expecting this. They did not plan for it. They had not encouraged it. They had not put out a welcome mat for the enslaved to come into Union Army lines, but they came anyway.
Although Lincoln was not going to encourage people overtly to break the law, he certainly was not going to see slaves who did run away returned to their slavery, to their bonds, to their chattel status. To the contrary, he said, I'd be damned in time and eternity if I ever allowed that to happen. Slaves, he said to Congress, slaves who have achieved their actual freedom are not going to be molested in that. That was as much as waving a very large flag that said, come hither and find safety.
The news of the contrabands at Fort Monroe quickly spreads throughout the Union. The news also spreads among the enslaved themselves.
What powers the need for freedom for enslaved people is they don't want to be degraded anymore. They don't want to be brutalized anymore. They don't want to exist as property. So all of a sudden you have government officials, you have military officers who are confronted with the fact that we have to take Black concerns seriously.
At this point now, you have growing refugee camps within Union lines and in all of the border states. They don't wait for Lincoln to free them. They are agents in their own emancipation.
Lincoln hoped at the beginning of the war to keep the opposition to slavery and the restoration of the Union running on two separate but parallel tracks. One problem, the problem of the rebellion, he wanted to solve militarily. The other problem, the problem of slavery, he wanted to solve politically. What he found, though, a year into the war, was that these two tracks, as much as he was trying to keep them separate, insisted on converging.
The contraband issue triggers a fundamental question. Are the contraband still slaves? Or are they now free?
There is a dynamic, a collision of people on the ground, slaves running to Union armies not knowing how to handle this problem, but knowing that if they sent those slaves back, that they simply would be abetting the Confederate war effort. That step that slaves took toward Union lines, it triggers a process.
Congress passes a series of largely ineffective laws called the Confiscation Acts. It is legislation the president opposes. Lincoln's own views on abolishing slavery continue to evolve. Early in the war, he favors a plan to remove freed slaves to a colony outside of the United States. In summer 1862, he writes to newspaper editor Horace Greeley. Lincoln says, "If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it." And yet, that very summer, in a secluded cottage on a hill overlooking Washington, Lincoln begins to pen a document that will do exactly that.
And it's in the aftermath of the Peninsula Campaign that Lincoln realizes that they need to move toward a policy that wages war, not just on the Confederate Army, but on Confederate society. And the first step in that direction, he decides, is to begin emancipating the slaves.
In the wake of a string of devastating defeats on the Eastern Theater, Lincoln now sees emancipation as a military necessity. He says, "We must free the slaves or be ourselves subdued." Lincoln's coming action will test the constitutional limits of the office of the presidency.
The Constitution provides that the President of the United States be the commander-in-chief in time of war or rebellion. But it doesn't describe what the powers of the commander-in-chief are. I mean, what is it to be a commander-in-chief? No one was really sure. Within those war powers, what is he allowed to do? Well, he should be allowed to do some things which will cripple the enemy's ability to carry on war. What will cripple the Confederacy's ability to carry on war? Free their slaves. Free them, give them every incentive possible to desert and run away to the Union lines. Give them every reason to expect that the advance of the Union armies into the South will mean their freedom. Subvert, undermine, weaken the Confederate ability to carry on the rebellion.
To his stunned cabinet, Lincoln unveils a preliminary Emancipation Proclamation on July 22, 1862. Secretary of Treasury Salmon Chase thinks it's too extreme. Secretary of Interior Caleb Smith strongly objects and threatens to resign. Postmaster General Montgomery Blair fears it will cost the Republicans the fall elections. Lincoln pushes to release his proclamation immediately. But Secretary of State William Seward cautions the proclamation will be perceived as an act of desperation in the aftermath of the failed Peninsula Campaign. So the president agrees to hold the announcement until after a federal victory on the battlefield. The slaughter at Antietam is hardly the decisive victory Lincoln desired. On September 17, 1862, along Antietam Creek near Sharpsburg, Maryland, more than 22,000 Union and Confederate soldiers are killed, wounded, or missing. That's nearly as many casualties as there were in 2 days of fighting at Shiloh. The Battle of Antietam ranks as the bloodiest day in American military history. Because the Confederates are forced to retreat into Virginia, the Union claims victory, but tactically, the battle is a draw. 5 days after Antietam, on September 22, 1862, Lincoln issues what he calls a preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. The presidential order is a threat pointed directly at the Confederacy. The rebelling states have until January 1st to cease hostilities, or else, on that date, slaves in the rebelling states will be forever free.
Delivering the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation was a revolutionary moment. It was a terrific blow against the Confederacy. For white Southerners, when Lincoln issued it after the Battle of Antietam, they recognized that this war for Union now was a war for Union and the destruction of slavery. The North had now raised the stakes of the game. No longer just a war for Union, but a war for Union and for Black freedom. That turned a war of conciliation into a revolutionary struggle.
The Confederates turned the proclamation into a rallying point. 800 miles from Washington, in the woodlands outside of Corinth, Mississippi, they are determined to avenge the losses at Shiloh. Following their victory at Shiloh, Union forces had advanced 22 miles south to Corinth and seized its prized railroad junction. For more than 4 months, a large garrison has occupied the strategic town. But in October 1862, the Confederates are determined to take Corinth back. 22,000 Confederate soldiers, led by Major General Earl Van Dorn, stormed through the Union defenses northwest of town, pushing the Federals back nearly 2 miles. The next day, Union artillery delivers a punishing blow to Van Dorn's men. After a savage 2-day fight, the Confederate attack is repulsed. Corinth, once and for all, is under Union control. The desperate gamble to retake Corinth costs the Confederates over 5,000 casualties, nearly twice that of the Union defenders. One Confederate division alone loses 2,500 out of 3,900 of its men. Just as devastating as the loss of human life is the permanent loss of the vital rail junction. In the fight for control of the Mississippi Valley, it is a blow from which the Confederacy will never recover. The timing of the Union victory at Corinth and Lincoln's preliminary Emancipation Proclamation unleashes a movement throughout the Mississippi River Valley. 3 months before emancipation is official, thousands escape plantations and farms, taking their first precarious steps toward freedom. One Union officer complains, "They will not even wait for January 1st. I do not know what we shall do with them." For the enslaved, the Union garrison at Corinth has become a beacon of hope.
Corinth is just a short 2 or 3 days walk from the breadbasket of Mississippi. There were large plantations, and there were large farms, and there were a significant number of slaves. Same is true along the Tennessee River Basin in northern Alabama. There's a significantly large number of slaves. It's a sizable preponderance of slaves present. Therefore, they're in close proximity to what? The linchpin of Union control in northeast Mississippi, which is Corinth, once it falls and is occupied by Union forces.
In the years leading up to the war, small bands of escaping slaves sought freedom along an underground railroad leading north. But this mass movement towards Corinth and other areas in the South is unlike anything before.
Before the war, we tended to see men running on their own. We did not see whole families. We did not see couples bringing their children. This time around, they did, because they calculated in their minds that this was the moment when freedom was going to come. So this was the moment to get the entire family out of slavery, because it was actually going to happen this time.
By war's end, some 500,000 to 1 million of the South's 4 million slaves will have escaped to Union lines.
The very presence of a contraband camp, I think, speaks to the testimony of Black people's ability to create power, even in the most powerless situation.
The Union garrison in Corinth is, in fact, ill-equipped to deal with the thousands of refugees. For many soldiers, it is the first time they come face to face with the sheer magnitude of the institution of slavery.
I mean, if you grew up in Michigan, you had a good chance you'd never seen an African American, ever. If you grew up in Iowa, you had a real good chance you'd never seen an African American, ever, in your entire life. And then you start experiencing it. And you're seeing the conditions in which they exist within this society.
For temporary shelter, the Union Army issues the contraband's old army tents. But at Corinth, the former slaves are determined to transform a refugee camp into a community. They lay out streets, build a church, hospital, and school. They plant and harvest crops. Most importantly, they plant seeds of hope.
We've escaped, so now let us do what we have always been trained to do. We will set up our own camps. We will live in these spaces. We will grow food. We will try to heal each other. We will try to live out some semblance of life as free people, or at least quasi-free people. And so they did what they had always done. They served each other. They served white people, because that's what slaves are trained to do.
Except they now, for the first time, are paid for their labor. It is just part of the transition from slave to freed men and women.
Do you know any words that start with I?
In the South, it is illegal to teach slaves how to read and write. At Corinth, volunteers from the American Missionary Association arrive to instruct the refugees.
They do this because they recognize that freedom is not going to mean much until these men, women, and children learn to read and write and are educated. And so this becomes a focus of life there in this Corinth contraband camp. And the numbers increase. By March 1863, there are about 3,600 men, women, and children there. Almost half of them are children.
In just a few months, Corinth becomes a model contraband camp in the Union-occupied South. But the success is short-lived. Inevitably, the Union force at Corinth is ordered to move on, and so are the contrabands. They are forced to leave the community they had helped to build and travel 100 miles to a refugee center in Memphis.
And that's the end of the Corinth contraband camp. It disappears. It's done. So its life is short. It has a lot of hope and a lot of promise, but it is blown away in some ways by the military, the changes in the military situation. And in some ways, that really is representative of what happens in a lot of places and tells us something about what it means to become free in the middle of a war. The military situation is constantly creating upheavals in the lives of these men, women, and children trying to become free. So the story of Corinth is in some ways the story of what happens everywhere.
The Corinth contraband camp was at once a glimpse into a life of freedom and a harbinger of the struggles ahead. Its brief success is a glimmer of hope in a year that has seen North and South spiral into an abyss of hard war. In December, at Fredericksburg, Virginia, is still another colossal blunder by a Union general. This time, Ambrose Burnside. In a series of ill-advised frontal assaults, Burnside's men are slaughtered by Robert E. Lee's Confederates, positioned along the heights above the town. One Confederate at Fredericksburg stated the charging Federals melted like snow coming down on a warm ground. The Union debacle at Fredericksburg results in 12,000 senseless casualties. 2 weeks later, in the Western Theater, is another titanic battle. This one near the Tennessee town of Murfreesboro. Along the Stones River on the final day of 1862, Union and Confederate forces square off for control of Middle Tennessee. For 2 days, the massive armies collide at places aptly named Hell's Half Acre and the Slaughter Pen. Union forces, led by General William Rosecrans, force the Confederate army to retreat. It is a victory Lincoln desperately needs. But the cost in human lives is staggering. At the Battle of Stones River, Union and Confederate armies lose a stunning 31% of their men. The casualties exceed even those of bloody Shiloh. The shocking death tolls are another nightmare to a public now growing numb to the bloodbaths of the Civil War. Lincoln says, "If there is a worse place than hell, I am in it." In the dying light of 1862, America's fiery trial now seems to be a war without end.
The flame shall not hurt thee, I only design thy draws to consume, and I go to refine.
When Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, it's hardly an inspiring document, but there are 2 words in that document: forever free. And those 2 words, they set in motion a chain of revolutionary events The people at the time, Northerners and Southerners, they understood that the stakes of the game had been raised and that this would be a death match to the finish. Everything's hanging in the balance.
It is a date abolitionist Frederick Douglass calls greater than July 4th, 1776. In mid-afternoon on the first day of 1863, President Abraham Lincoln has just penned his name to the Emancipation Proclamation. With his signature, Lincoln proclaims more than 3 million slaves in the rebelling states to be forever free.
When Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, he now fundamentally brought together the cause of union and the cause of ending slavery. These two causes that he had not fused at the beginning of the war now came together. And so what this meant for the North and for these Northern soldiers, that when they said they were fighting for the Union, they are now fighting to end slavery. So the meaning of the war changed in a pretty dramatic way.
Lincoln's signature is a history-making exclamation point to nearly 2 years of civil war. When the war began, Americans in North and South believed it could be decided by a single grand battle. By the end of 1862, it seemed as if the very gates of hell had been pried open. The battle casualties were numbers no American, North or South, could ever have imagined. A 2-day battle in western Tennessee in a place known as Shiloh left more than 24,000 killed, wounded, or missing. In Maryland, the Battle of Antietam yielded 22,000 casualties to both armies in a single day. While the battles have raged throughout East and West, the enslaved have been seizing their own destiny. Thousands of men, women, and children have already escaped from plantations and have found refuge with Union forces. By law, the escaping slaves were still the legal property of their Southern owners. Their actions, in the midst of a rebellion, have forced the U.S. government to revisit a fundamental question. Were the escaping slaves free?
The simple fact that slaves have fled and slaves have been protected, in essence taken in as contrabands of war, has altered the shape of things because we have a Fugitive Slave Act that says by law they're supposed to be returned to their rightful owners. And that, of course, had been challenged in the Supreme Court, and guess what? What the Court of the Land said. The law is the law. So here, the war's altered that. The war has said the law don't mean squat.
And it says that on first day of January in the year of our Lord, 1863, all persons held as slaves.
Word of the Emancipation Proclamation spreads among the over 3 million people in bondage. The news is met with a combination of joy, relief, and trepidation.
My brothers and sisters, do you realize what that means? We're free. We're free.
So they were happy, but cautiously optimistic.
Signed Abraham Lincoln in Washington, D.C.
At least they knew that the Emancipation Proclamation symbolized the promise of freedom, that there was now hope because their own needs were legitimized by the President of the United States.
And yet, Lincoln's proclamation only applies to slaves within the rebelling states. Under the proclamation, some 800,000 remain enslaved in 4 border states and areas in the South under Union control. Lincoln's birth state of Kentucky alone has 250,000 slaves within its borders. Kentucky, Delaware, Maryland, and Missouri are slave states that have reluctantly remained loyal to the Union. Since the war began, one of Lincoln's greatest fears has been losing the border states to the Confederacy. Lincoln is reputed to say, "I hope to have God on my side, but I must also have Kentucky."
What are you doing sitting on the ground?
In truth, the Emancipation Proclamation does not immediately free those still enslaved in the Confederacy.
You're tired. You're tired. Don't you think I'm tired standing out in this field all day?
For Emma Stevenson and millions of others, 1863 will be just another year of hard labor, drudgery, and humiliation.
What you doing in my way, boy? Get up over there.
Lincoln's proclamation is an empty promise without the power of the United States Army to enforce it.
Well, the reaction in the South would be initially one of, oh, this is a desperate measure, it's laughable. What do you mean that you're freeing the slaves that we have? Because you're not freeing anything. They're still our slaves. And as long as we resist and your armies aren't present, they're still slaves. So in that sense, it was viewed as a desperation.
For many in the North, Lincoln included, the situation in early 1863 is one of desperation. We must change our tactics or lose the game, Lincoln says. The president publicly positions the Emancipation Proclamation as a war measure to reunify the nation.
He also believes it's an act of justice. He could not satisfy the constitutional debate or criticism or concerns about emancipation by simply saying it's morally right. He had to have a constitutional argument. And the argument in his mind becomes that this is a military necessity.
And Northerners, as they saw this, it began to dawn on them that the use of slavery as a Confederate military asset was what was prolonging and supporting the Confederate effort to destroy the Union. So for Northern imaginations, this business of slavery and rebellion also began to converge. And eventually Northerners were beginning to be persuaded that if they were going to restore the Union, they would have to pull up slavery by the roots, because slavery was what was nourishing rebellion.
The Emancipation Proclamation does more than make people free. It gives all black men the freedom to fight.
One of the greatest articles in the Emancipation Proclamation is the one that allows African American men to enlist in the United States Army. At this point now, not are you only taking the aid, the labor that aids the Confederate cause, but you're enlisting that labor in the armed forces to be used against the Confederacy.
Over the next 2 years of the war, some 200,000 African Americans will enlist in the Army and Navy. In the eyes of skeptical Northerners, these new soldiers must prove they can kill before they are considered men.
The war effort and the enlistment of black men into the war is so vital because black men now have the opportunity to not just say we're men, but to prove their manhood.
so hard that they could not stand.
And so now African American men can wear uniforms. They can work alongside white men. And also, this is a way for African American men to show how you can live out and perform freedom. This is how it looks to be free.
Ready! Aim! Fire!
Freedom to the newly emancipated ultimately depends on Union victory. In the spring of 1863, the Union hopes to reverse a series of stunning defeats at the hands of General Robert E. Lee and the Army of Northern Virginia. In spring, the Union Army of the Potomac, now commanded by Joseph Hooker, readies to avenge the humiliating defeat to Lee at Fredericksburg, Virginia. Hooker's bold plan is to lure Lee out of his defenses at Fredericksburg, then destroy his Confederate army. Just before the battle, Hooker boasts, "May God have mercy on General Lee, for I will have none." About 10 miles west of Fredericksburg, at a wilderness crossroads named Chancellorsville, Hooker's bravado quickly fades. The Battle of Chancellorsville in May 1863 is yet another Union failure in the Eastern Theater. Though outnumbered 2-1, Lee once again outgenerals his Union counterpart. Many consider Chancellorsville Lee's greatest triumph. But the Confederate victory comes with a heavy price. Lee's most trusted lieutenant, Stonewall Jackson, is mortally wounded from a bullet fired by one of his own men. With the nation's eyes on the fight in Virginia, few in America are aware of the unfolding drama emerging in the West. The lands between the Appalachians and the Mississippi River. Victories in Tennessee at Shiloh and at Corinth in northern Mississippi have Union forces poised to capture what many consider to be the biggest prize in the Western campaign. The Mississippi River is likened to the trunk of the American tree, with limbs and branches reaching to the Alleghenies, the Canadian border, and the Rocky Mountains. For northern farmers who need to get their crops to market, the Mississippi is their economic lifeblood. During the past 2 years of war, that lifeblood has been blocked by the Confederates.
Lincoln had to look at the entire North, and when he looked across the Appalachians, he saw Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, all of them ultimately dependent on the commercial traffic of the Mississippi Valley. When that is stopped up by the secession of the Confederate States, then the Western states immediately begin looking to their own self-interest as the farmers, as the economies of those states begin to hurt. If they continue to hurt, if no measures are taken to reopen the Mississippi Valley, then the inhabitants of those states are going to lose any kind of enthusiasm or heart for the war. They may simply fold their arms, refuse to cooperate.
Indiana is one of those states. Governor Oliver Perry Morton strongly backs Lincoln, but fears a civil war within his own divided state. Morton is convinced Indiana Democrats will vote to secede unless the Mississippi River is reopened. By the spring of 1863, General Ulysses S. Grant is determined to do just that. Grant's sights are set on Vicksburg, Mississippi, the most formidable Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi River. The bustling river town has a population of 4,600 and is the second largest city in Mississippi. Vicksburg is home to a large group of immigrants from Ireland, Germany, and Great Britain. The home of Confederate President Jefferson Davis is just 20 miles to the south. The symbol of Vicksburg's importance is the recently completed Warren County Courthouse, a magnificent brick structure constructed using slave labor. The Union controls the river just north of Vicksburg, and to the south, from Baton Rouge to the Gulf of Mexico. But Vicksburg guards a critical stretch of the Mississippi, still under Confederate control.
Lincoln said Vicksburg is the key. He said, I've got to have that key in my pocket. Jefferson Davis said Vicksburg is the nailhead that holds the two halves of the Confederacy together.
If that river falls into Union hands, the South is split in half. It loses the father of waters, this great channel for supplies and food and ammunition, something that gives blood to the Confederacy.
Called the Gibraltar of the Confederacy, Vicksburg is perched atop steep bluffs overlooking a hairpin curve of the Mississippi. Batteries protect a river crossing where cargo essential to the Confederate war effort is transported to railroads on either side. They are the only remaining railroads connecting the Western Confederacy to the East. The Confederates are prepared to defend Vicksburg at all costs.
Vicksburg is so important because of its geography, I think. And it's surrounded by swamps. So how do you get control of Vicksburg?
Grant's ill-advised plan is to approach through the swamps from the north. Grant's subordinate, General William Tecumseh Sherman, is routed just north of Vicksburg at Chickasaw Bayou. Sherman's repulse is followed by a series of failed advances by land and naval forces. The Union forces battle swamps and bayous as much as they do the Confederates. By April 1863, Grant is no closer to Vicksburg than he was 6 months earlier. Grant's next series of risky moves will baffle the Confederates and astound even his own men. He orders the Union force to march south, through the soggy lands on the Louisiana side of the river, safe from the big guns at Vicksburg. Next, the Union forces do the unthinkable. During a moonless night on the evening of April 16th, a fleet of Union ironclad warships and unarmored transports led by David Dixon Porter attempts to sneak by the Confederate defenses at Vicksburg. As the batteries roar, the Union ships run the gauntlet. Somehow, the battered Union flotilla slips by Vicksburg. Meanwhile, Grant's overland force in Louisiana has marched to a point 40 miles south of Vicksburg. Along the Mississippi, they are joined by Porter's naval fleet and transported to the Mississippi side of the river. Instead of advancing to Vicksburg, Grant boldly moves east. The rails linking Jackson to Vicksburg are the only lifeline to the Confederate citadel. In a bold dash through west central Mississippi, Grant overwhelms Confederate forces at Port Gibson, then at Raymond. On May 14th, Grant arrives at Jackson and defeats another Confederate army, this one led by General Joseph Johnston. After destroying the military resources at Jackson, Grant now turns back towards Vicksburg. That leads Confederate General John Pemberton to march 23,000 men out of Vicksburg to stop Grant's advance. Pemberton's Confederates take positions above a crossroads connecting Jackson to Vicksburg. Atop Champion Hill, they deploy along a 3-mile front. The Confederate force is all that stands between Grant and Vicksburg. Shortly after 10 a.m., the vanguard of Grant's 32,000 men advances up the hill. The Battle of Champion Hill becomes the bloodiest of the Vicksburg campaign. One Confederate wrote, "The battle here raged fearfully. One unbroken roar of musketry was all that could be heard." After a desperate struggle, the Confederates withdraw from Champion Hill. Their retreat quickly becomes a rout. Pursued by Grant's army, the Confederates race back towards Vicksburg in panic and confusion. At the Big Black River, some put up a brief fight but are overwhelmed. From there, Pemberton's humiliated army limps back to Vicksburg. One resident wrote that an anxious doom seemed to hang over the faces of the men, a sorrowful tiding that all knew would tell of disaster. In the past 17 days, Grant's force has moved 200 miles, met the enemy 5 times, and been victorious in every fight.
Grant's Vicksburg campaign is one of the major campaigns in all of military history, not just American, but military history as a whole, because of what he was able to achieve. I mean, he did things that nobody's supposed to be able to do. People still study this battle in modern times as to how a general, an audacious general, a general that has determination, can get things done.
But what Grant hasn't done is take Vicksburg. The Confederate force of 35,000 works feverishly to ready the 8 miles of fortifications encircling the town.
Pull that down, get it down, get it down!
To the west, Union gunboats now control the river. To the east, more than 40,000 Union troops quickly surround the city. On May 19th, then again on May 22nd, Grant's troops attack, but fail in their attempt to break through the Confederate earthworks. Grant's next and final move, to lay siege to Vicksburg. In his memoir, Grant stated his goal was to simply outcamp the enemy. In reality, Grant's plan is to starve the defenders of Vicksburg into submission. Emma Balfour and her husband, a prominent physician, live in a home overlooking the river. Like many civilians in Vicksburg, the Balfours refuse to leave. In her diary, Emma defiantly writes, "The general impression is that they fire at this city in that way thinking they will wear out the women and children. General Pemberton will be impatient to surrender the place on that account. But they know little the spirit of Vicksburg women and children, if they expect this." For protection from the relentless shelling, many of the civilians dig caves into the hillsides. Mary Webster Loughborough arrived in Vicksburg in April with her husband, a Confederate officer. With her husband on the front line, Mary is left to fend for herself and their 2-year-old daughter.
Terror-stricken, we remained crouched in the cave, while shell after shell followed each other in quick succession. I endeavored by constant prayer to prepare myself for the sudden death I was almost certain awaited me. My heart stood still as we would hear the reports from the guns. Cowering in a corner, holding my child to my heart, the only feeling of my life being the choking throbs of my heart that rendered me almost breathless.
Day after day after day, Grant's artillery tries to pound Vicksburg into submission.
Even the righteousness of God, which is by faith in Jesus Christ, for all have sinned.
Reverend William Lord, his wife and young daughter, endure the siege of Vicksburg in a cave just yards from the forward lines.
God will protect us. God will protect us.
I'm afraid that God's killed too.
Confederate Secretary of War James Seddon exhorts, Vicksburg must not be lost without a desperate struggle. He orders General Joseph Johnston to march his army from Jackson and attack Grant from the east. Johnston stalls, saying he does not have enough men. By June, the situation at Vicksburg is so desperate that Confederate President Jefferson Davis considers sending Robert E. Lee and part of the Army of Northern Virginia 1,000 miles westward to relieve enemy pressure on the besieged city. Instead, Lee and Davis decide to invade the North. At the sleepy town of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, Lee's Army of Northern Virginia collides with the Union Army of the Potomac, commanded by yet another general. George Meade is its 4th commander since the war began. Meade says, "Gettysburg will determine the fate of our country and our cause."
All eyes in the summer of 1863 were on 2 military situations: Lee's raid into Pennsylvania and Grant's investment of the Confederate bastion at Vicksburg. Both of those military campaigns were crucial to the fortunes of both sides.
After 3 days of savage fighting at Gettysburg, Lee and his Army of Northern Virginia are defeated. The loss of life is catastrophic, even by Civil War standards. Some 50,000 from North and South are killed, wounded, or missing. A New Jersey infantryman, helping to bury the dead, spoke of the stench of decaying humanity hugging the earth like a fog, poisoning every breath. After the battle, Lee and his battered army retreat back into Virginia. For the remainder of the war, most of the fighting will take place in and around Richmond. While the battle at Gettysburg was raging in Pennsylvania, the siege of Vicksburg was entering its final act. For more than 6 weeks, the Gibraltar of the Confederacy has been cut off from the outside world. No food or supplies have reached the 30,000 soldiers and the thousands of civilians inside. Soldiers' rations consist of a handful of peas and rice per day. Disease runs rampant. The water supply is almost depleted. The stifling midsummer heat only adds to the misery.
I think that Grant saw the war in a different way, and this is another reason why Grant is ultimately so successful. Grant was fighting a war for a future time. It wasn't a gentleman's war.
On the very day Lee orders the disastrous Pickett's charge at Gettysburg, Confederate General John Pemberton decides to surrender Vicksburg. The next day, July 4th, 1863, Pemberton hands over his entire army to Ulysses S. Grant. After 47 days, the siege of Vicksburg is over. At the Warren County Courthouse, the Confederate flag is lowered and the Stars and Stripes raised.
The victory at Vicksburg knocks open the lock that the Confederacy had placed on the great commercial highway of the Mississippi River Valley.
A relieved Abraham Lincoln says, "The Father of waters flows again, unvexed to the sea."
The defeat of Confederate forces at Vicksburg, the defeat of Lee at Gettysburg, together, in the eyes of many Southerners, this was an irreversible turn to defeat. The loss of Pemberton's force, significant, and especially significant in terms of how it affected the psyche of white Southerners.
Vicksburg is a crushing defeat, yet it hardly sounds the death knell of the Confederacy. More than 300 miles to the northeast, in the rugged highlands of eastern Tennessee, another campaign is underway. The coming fight will help determine the final outcome of the war. 2 days after the fall of Vicksburg, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton issues this challenge to Union General William Stark Rosecrans. You and your noble army now have the chance to give the finishing blow to the rebellion. Rosecrans commands the Army of the Cumberland, some 70,000 strong. Standing in his way is the Confederate Army of Tennessee, commanded by General Braxton Bragg. 9 months earlier, Bragg's invasion into Kentucky had ended in his defeat at Perryville. In January, his army was again defeated near Murfreesboro, Tennessee, this time at the Battle of Stones River. Now, the fate of the Deep South, and some say the Confederacy itself, lies with Bragg's ability to stop the Union advance.
Of course, now Vicksburg has fallen. Gettysburg has turned into a crushing defeat for Lee. And so all the weight, all the responsibility is on Bragg's shoulders.
Since the beginning of the war, the South has feverishly worked to create a network of arsenals and factories that now feed the Confederate war machine.
And by the summer of 1863, the South's industrial heartland was the central Georgia and central Alabama area. It was essentially the very essence, innards, and being of the South's bid for independence. And as that complex had grown in capacity, there was a growing realization on the part of leaders in the North that that military-industrial complex was going to have to be disrupted.
The Union invasion comes at a time when civil unrest has been spreading throughout the Confederacy. So-called bread riots in Richmond and other southern cities are the byproducts of massive inflation and food shortages. But the most serious problem affecting the home front in the South during the summer of 1863 is the loss of its men to the war. Joshua Callaway reluctantly responds to the Alabama governor's call for volunteers. Callaway, a 28-year-old school teacher from a small town near Selma, does not own any slaves. In April 1862, the Confederate government had issued an order calling for men between the ages of 18 and 35 to enlist for a 3-year term. It is the first conscription act ever imposed in America. By volunteering, Callaway avoids the stigma of being drafted. He leaves behind 2 small children and wife, Dulcinea.
For a man like Joshua Callaway, the decision to fight involves a number of different considerations. He's not one of the younger men. He's not single. He's not without children. He's got a wife and 2 children. And he's been working as a teacher to support them. And what's going to happen to them when he goes off to fight? So it's a difficult struggle in his mind and in the minds of many other men like him.
Battalion, charge, bayonet! Ah!
By August 1863, Joshua Callaway has become an officer in the 28th Alabama.
Right shoulder shift, arm.
He is amongst the thousands of Confederates ready to defend the town that has become the Union target in the coming campaign. Nestled on the south bank of the Tennessee River and surrounded by the rugged southern Appalachians, Chattanooga, Tennessee is the gateway to the deep South. Intersecting in Chattanooga are railroads vital to the Confederate war effort. They are the key to the distribution of the war material produced in central Georgia and central Alabama.
The Chattanooga region becomes that doorway, gateway, passageway through the protecting mountain barrier between the northern armies and this ever-growing military-industrial complex in central Georgia and central Alabama.
So anyone looking at a map didn't have to be a Napoleon in the rough to be able to look at Chattanooga and to appreciate immediately its grand strategic significance.
Lincoln states that taking Chattanooga is as important as taking the Confederate capital of Richmond. In spite of the strong objection of Robert E. Lee, Confederate President Jefferson Davis orders James Longstreet and 2 divisions of the Army of Northern Virginia southward to Chattanooga. To face the Union threat, Bragg will amass a force of 68,000. Outside of Chattanooga is Joshua Callaway.
August 27th, 1863. My dear wife, we are now on the west side of Lookout Mountain, guarding the road that leads across the corner of it to Chattanooga. Everything is quiet now, but no one knows how soon, what moment the conflict will begin.
A Confederate soldier like Joshua Callaway, yes, he was a Confederate, but he was also a husband. He was also a son, a father. And those relationships were a big part of why he was fighting in this war. He may have been fighting to protect slavery, but why did that matter? It mattered because his family's interests and future depended on it. And his family was also his emotional lifeline, what kept his morale up, what supported him and kept him going on a daily basis. And you can see that in Joshua's letters to Dulcinea. He needs that correspondence. He craves that correspondence.
Let me hear from you soon and often. Kiss the children for me. God bless you, my darling. Joshua Calloway.
In mid-August, Rosecrans moves directly towards Chattanooga. 3 columns spread across a 40-mile front advance over the rugged Cumberland Mountains. But Rosecrans' now separated army of the Cumberland is vulnerable to attack. Just south of Chattanooga, at McLemore's Cove, Bragg orders an attack on a portion of Rosecrans' splintered army.
High command in Bragg's army was dysfunctional. The top subordinates of Bragg simply would not obey his orders.
The Federals are falling back that way. We need to be moving that way. You have your orders. You will hold this ground according to General Manigault. You will hold this ground. Let's go. Come.
Bragg had it within his power to destroy most of the middle column of Rosecrans' army.
The lost opportunity to destroy part of the Army of the Cumberland will haunt Bragg and his subordinates for the rest of the war. For the next week, more than 100,000 soldiers from 2 opposing armies maneuver in northern Georgia. In the words of one Confederate, Bragg and Rosecrans are playing a game of chess among these mountains and valleys. Everyone on both sides realizes a clash is inevitable. It's only a matter of where and when. When is September 18th, 1863. Where is 8 miles south of Chattanooga, along the banks of the Chickamauga, a creek the Cherokee called the River of Death. Bragg's plan turned the Union Army to the south, cutting Rosecrans off from Chattanooga. Then pin the Army of the Cumberland against the eastern wall of Lookout Mountain.
But if Bragg got between Rosecrans and Chattanooga, he could cut off Rosecrans' supplies, he could cut off Rosecrans' retreat, and he potentially could drive Rosecrans back against the mountains in such a way that Rosecrans might have to surrender his army.
Bragg launches the battle with a move to control 2 bridges crossing the Chickamauga. A small Union force, some armed with Spencer repeating rifles, puts up a stubborn fight. The Union forces withdraw, and the Confederates finally begin crossing the Chickamauga. The unexpected Union resistance results in yet another missed opportunity for Bragg. His main attack will have to wait one more day. The delay gives Rosecrans precious time to consolidate the scattered forces of his main army. That evening, he extends the Union line northward along the Lafayette Road. At dawn the next day, Bragg's men prepare to attack. A soldier from Tennessee remarks, "The day was bright and beautiful, and the world never seemed half so attractive before," now that there was a good chance of leaving it soon. A little after 7 a.m., Confederate cavalry stumble upon a few Union soldiers filling their canteens. It is an area where the Confederates expect no contact. In pursuit of the canteen detail, the Confederate cavalry themselves encounter a superior force. 2,300 men of John Croxton's brigade. What begins as a skirmish almost immediately escalates into what becomes known as the Battle of Chickamauga. At Chickamauga, the dense canopy of trees causes the battle smoke to hang like a thick, deadly fog.
With the limited visibility at Chickamauga, the enemy is going to be able to close to a very short distance before engaging, at a distance where the artillery and its longer range is not going to have an advantage. It was something that was not really anticipated by the leaders on both sides.
Almost without warning, a line of Confederate infantry appears on the right flank of Battery A, 1st Michigan Light Artillery. The Michigan soldiers are ordered to lie down with their knapsacks still on. This makes it a struggle for the men to roll over and reload. The battery is commanded by George Van Pelt, the former town constable of Coldwater, Michigan.
Hurry up, boys! They're right on top of us!
The Michigan men fire 64 rounds. Most sail over the heads of the charging Confederates. The Michigan battery is routed. But Van Pelt refuses to abandon his guns. The confusion and bloodletting of Van Pelt's fight is typical of the Battle of Chickamauga. By late in the afternoon, neither side has gained or conceded much ground. In the thick of the fight at Chickamauga is the 15th Wisconsin Infantry. This Union regiment is composed entirely of Scandinavians. Almost all were born in Norway. The decade before the Civil War had seen a huge wave of Europeans immigrating to the United States. The vast majority settled in the North. The new Americans understood political oppression and religious persecution because many had experienced it firsthand. When the war comes, about 25% of the Union Army will be immigrants. They believe in the promise of America, and they stand firm in the right to die for it.
This is the only freestanding popular government left in the world. Every other experiment in popular government either fell apart or was crushed brutally. So that by 1860, the United States is the last major stronghold of this thing called democracy. If the United States proceeds to blow its brains out through secession, what are we saying to the rest of the world? We're saying democracy is a chimera. Democracy is a Greek drollery that will never work. If you want the proof, say the kings and aristocrats, if you want the proof of how unstable democracy is, just look at what the Americans are doing to themselves right now.
Right now, in northern Georgia, they are fighting what will become the biggest battle of the Western campaign. Sam Watkins of the 1st Tennessee has survived Shiloh and Stones River. Now, in the midst of Chickamauga, he stumbles upon his badly wounded friend, Billy Webster.
Billy's arm had been dressed, and he seemed to be quite easy. He wished to dictate a letter to his parents. He asked me to please look into his knapsack and get him a clean shirt. I went to look for the knapsack and found it. But when I got back to where he was, poor good Billy Webster was dead. He had given his life for his country. His spirit is with the good and the brave. No better or braver man than Billy Webster ever drew the breath of life. His bones lie yonder today upon the battlefield of Chickamauga.
Through the haze of the battle at Chickamauga, one thing is clear. The bloodbath along the River of Death is, thus far, a draw. Both Bragg and Rosecrans are determined to continue the fight the next morning.
And there are moments in this war when the entire republic is at stake, when everything could have changed, when everything could have turned on a dime, and sometimes did.
What is being forged is our national story. Our Iliad and our Odyssey is playing out.
At dawn, near a creek in northern Georgia called the Chickamauga, Union forces desperately prepare for an attack that is imminent. Confederate General Braxton Bragg imagines the second day of the Battle of Chickamauga to bring destruction to the Union Army. But once again, a breakdown in communication plagues the Confederates. The Southern assault will not begin until 9:30 a.m.
One Union general who commanded one of the divisions on that perimeter said if the attack, the Confederate attack, had happened at 6 a.m., it wouldn't have lasted an hour.
After the war, a bitter Bragg will write, "If not for that 3-hour delay, our independence might have been won." The previous day at Chickamauga had been as savage as any battle in more than 2 years of civil war. The invading Union Army of the Cumberland, led by General William Stark Rosecrans, is determined to gain control of the critical rail center of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Chattanooga is a gateway to the Deep South, the heartland where factories, farmlands, and railroads are critical to the Confederate war effort. Braxton Bragg's Army of Tennessee hoped to not just stop Rosecrans, but to destroy his army of 58,000. The two armies collided just 8 miles south of Chattanooga on September 19, 1863. After the first day of fighting, the Battle of Chickamauga is a draw.
It was an unbelievably savage, knockdown, drag-out fight in the woods. I would say that it's almost like Shiloh multiplied by 2.
They're rising! They're coming over the rise!
Now, less than 3 months after the devastating Confederate loss at Gettysburg, the Army of Tennessee resumes a battle they believe can reverse the fortunes of the Confederacy. Among the first to challenge the Union defenses at Chickamauga is the Kentucky Orphan Brigade, commanded by Brigadier General Benjamin Helm. When the war began, Helm was offered a position with the Union Army by his brother-in-law, a high-ranking official with the U.S. government. Helm instead chose to fight for the Confederacy. Fighting under Helm's command is 22-year-old Johnny Green.
A perfect shower of grape tore through our ranks. We fired a volley and rushed upon them. Our beloved and gallant General Helm fell mortally wounded, leading his brigade, which he knew would never falter.
Surgeons realize Helm's wound is fatal. The Confederate general clings to life for several more hours, but dies the next morning. Since the battle began, the two forces have been slugging it out along a 4-mile front astride the Lafayette Road. The Confederate attack on September 20th targets the Union left. But what will determine the outcome of Chickamauga is a hole in the Union center. Miscommunication, confusion, and fatigue with Rosecrans and his generals have left a gap more than a 1/4 mile wide.
The one weakness for the Union High Command was Rosecrans himself. On the night of the 19th, Rosecrans had not gotten any sleep, and as a result, by the time the action began on September the 20th, the Union Army commander is on the verge of physical and mental collapse.
The approaching Confederates are commanded by none other than James Longstreet, the trusted lieutenant of Robert E. Lee. Longstreet and 11,000 soldiers from the Army of Northern Virginia had arrived just the night before.
It was the only time in the war that significant numbers of troops were pulled away from Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, transferred to the Western Theater to fight there. And it shows that this is the Confederacy's big effort to reverse the tide of the war in the West. And now Longstreet's corps, 8 brigades, rolled straight through that gap and directly into the rear of the Union Army. And for the Confederate troops, it was thrilling. General Bushrod Johnson, who called it a scene of unsurpassed grandeur, as they realized that for the first time in the Western Theater, the Confederacy was on the verge of a magnificent victory.
The stunning breakthrough effectively splits the Union Army at Chickamauga. Rosecrans and a third of his force leave the battlefield. The Union right soon crumbles. But not all the Union soldiers leave the field at Chickamauga. Troops under the command of General George Thomas quickly form a defense. On Snodgrass Hill and Horseshoe Ridge, they stand firm. Ready to charge up the steep wooded slope and end the battle are nearly 3,000 Confederates. Among them is Lieutenant Joshua Callaway of the 28th Alabama. 17 months earlier, Callaway left his wife, Dulcinea, and 2 small children at their home near Selma. Almost 1/3 of all white households in the Confederacy own slaves. Callaway is among those who do not. Like so many others on both sides of the battlefield, the Callaways communicate through a series of letters.
My dear love, I have just passed through the terrible ordeal of a hard battle. Our brigade formed at the foot of a long hill, at the top of which was the enemy's line. The battle was raging all along our line, as if heaven and earth were coming together. 1,000 thunderstorms all turned loose could not equal the noise.
Dulcinea Callaway is hearing things she's never heard before. She's never read letters from a family member in war. So these letters are obviously going to make her fearful and very concerned about her husband's well-being. How this war was going to turn out was a big unknown, and that was a source of daily fear for a mother like Dulcinea Callaway.
The carnage was awful. Men were shot down all around me. I was indeed in the very midst of death.
On Snodgrass Hill, the Battle of Chickamauga reaches its culmination. The attacking Confederates taste victory, but Thomas's outnumbered defenders repulse charge after charge. Thomas's heroic defense allows the remaining Union forces to escape. For that stand, Thomas becomes known as the Rock of Chickamauga. By day's end, the last of Union troops withdraw. The carnage of the battle exceeds even the bloodbath at Shiloh. At Chickamauga, more than 34,000 from both armies are dead, wounded, or missing. The combined casualties are the second most of any battle in the war. Only Gettysburg exceeds the butchery of Chickamauga. Though victorious, the staggering number of those lost in the ranks is a serious problem plaguing the Confederacy.
The Confederates have a problem. The Confederates realize the arithmetic, and they're not winning the arithmetic. If they expend more men, even equal to the loss in the Union armies, they will eventually cease to have the ability to put men in the field.
Joshua Callaway somehow makes it through the battle unscathed.
We now moved to the top of the hill and slept on the battlefield. Napoleon's sign of victory. I have now seen and experienced the horrors of war, as well as the spoils and glories. I am very well, thank God. 1,000 kisses for you and the children. Your loving, J.K. Callaway.
"600 miles to the north in Washington, D.C., President Abraham Lincoln receives a telegram of the Union debacle. With the report comes devastating news about an enemy officer. Killed at Chickamauga is his brother-in-law, Benjamin Hardin Helm. Lincoln's trusted friend is Supreme Court Justice David Davis.
I never saw Mr. Lincoln more moved than when he heard of the death of his young brother-in-law. Davis, he said, I feel
like David of old when he heard of the death of Absalom.
I saw how grief-stricken he was, so I closed the door and left him.
Lincoln's grief reflects the state of a nation that is beginning to crack under the pressure of a civil war. 2 months earlier, in July of 1863, laborers in New York City reacted with violence to a law establishing the nation's first military draft. Many of the protesters are impoverished immigrants from Ireland. They're particularly enraged over a provision of the law that allows draftees the option to buy their way out of service for $300. Angry mobs roam Manhattan, killing policemen and setting the city ablaze. But the protesters' venom is particularly aimed at New York's 12,000 African Americans. An orphanage for black children is torched. The 233 children inside escape before the building burns to the ground.
Ultimately, Northerners who descended against this conflict, they felt aggrieved, misled, abandoned by a president who had turned a war for union into a war for union and emancipation.
It wasn't until the arrival of Union soldiers who just fought at Gettysburg that 5 days of rioting was finally quelled. Hundreds were killed. Some 2,000 were injured. 11 black citizens were dragged from their homes and lynched by the angry mob.
Once they thought that Northern boys were going to die for the freedom of African Americans, that was simply more than what they could stomach. That class of individuals was seen as responsible for bringing this war on and for ultimately taking Northern boys from their homes, sending them to the front lines where they were dying in droves.
By September 1863, Northern casualties have eclipsed 400,000. At the Battle of Chickamauga alone are 16,000 Union casualties. Chickamauga is undeniably a Confederate victory, but a hollow one. Bragg has allowed Rosecrans and his Union Army to escape to Chattanooga.
Bragg getting lucky at Chickamauga, winning the field. They win a tactical victory, no doubt about it. But he doesn't have Chattanooga. Confederates failed to exercise any strategic potential from that victory.
Bragg moves his army from the Chickamauga battlefield to the heights overlooking Union-occupied Chattanooga. There, he plans to lay siege to the city. Lincoln and his cabinet fear it could become Vicksburg in reverse. As summer turns to autumn, the situation for the Union forces at Chattanooga grows desperate. Bragg has, in essence, cut off all supply lines into the city. The trapped and now starving Army of the Cumberland is not just defeated, it's demoralized. The Army's ineffective commander, William Stark Rosecrans, is described by Lincoln as stunned like a duck hit in the head. On October 21st, Rosecrans is replaced, and the most familiar face in the Western theater assumes overall command.
Who arrives on the scene, I think, is arguably one of the greatest soldiers the Civil War ever produced, and that's Ulysses S. Grant. What Grant had was nothing you could teach. Grant had a natural ability.
Within days of Grant's arrival, supplies and reinforcements begin to slip into Chattanooga through a supply route called the Cracker Line.
And Grant comes right in and immediately opens up the supply flow, and then begins, as Grant is always thinking, how can I take the fight to the enemy?
Now it's Grant's enemy that has become demoralized. By November 1863, even the weather seems to be turning against Bragg and his men. For the men in the Confederate trenches, the Civil War is not just about states' rights or the institution of slavery. In the war's third year, it's also about defending your home and your family. In the gloom of late autumn, Bragg's men begin to realize that the victory at Chickamauga has been wasted, and the opportunity to turn the tide of the Western campaign squandered. Even more disturbing is this sobering reality. The struggle for Chattanooga will mean yet another battle. A reinforced Grant is ready to go on the offensive against the Confederates encircling Chattanooga. Most are dug in along the crest of Missionary Ridge, a 7-mile-long spine of soil and stone extending from just east of Chattanooga to the Georgia state line. For Grant, the key to victory depends on destroying the Confederate stronghold.
His plan was to cross the Tennessee River northeast of Chattanooga and get on the flank of Missionary Ridge, and then advance along Missionary Ridge, rolling up the Confederate line.
November 19th, 1863. On the very day Lincoln gives the Gettysburg Address, Joshua Calloway climbs Lookout Mountain. The 2,300-foot precipice towers over the Union forces in Chattanooga.
Dear Lolly, yesterday I got some fellows to go up to the top of Lookout Mountain. I could not help but feel a spark of ambition and desire to make my name as immortal as that of Lookout Mountain. My ambition cooled off, and I began to think how I'd be perfectly content to be at home with my wife, never thought of after I die. You need not be at all surprised to hear of some demonstration at any moment. As ever, your devoted, J.K. Calloway.
November 24th, 1863. On a foggy, misty day, Grant's trusted lieutenant, William Tecumseh Sherman, leads a Union force of 16,000 from Chattanooga to the northern tip of Missionary Ridge. The assault on the Confederate stronghold is about to begin. The same day, General Joseph Hooker and some 10,000 Union troops attack 1,500 Confederates dug into Lookout Mountain. The all-day fight becomes known as the Battle Above the Clouds. By nightfall, the overwhelmed Confederates evacuate. But the fate of Chattanooga will not be determined at Lookout Mountain, but rather Missionary Ridge. The next morning, Sherman's assault on Missionary Ridge goes nowhere. Atop the heights are 4,000 Confederates, skillfully led by General Patrick Cleburne. A Confederate defender remarks, "We feel we can kill all they send after us." With Sherman's attack paralyzed, Grant turns to George Thomas, the Rock of Chickamauga. Grant orders Thomas to attack Confederate rifle pits at the base of Missionary Ridge. But Thomas's veterans do not stop there. They continue up the steep slope with one thing in mind: redemption.
Once Thomas's troops took the trenches at the base of the ridge, what the hell were they supposed to do? They now were exposed to Confederate fire up the ridge. They just started moving up the defiles. It's not much different than the guys going ashore at Omaha Beach. They know they got to take the high ground eventually.
The Union attack on Missionary Ridge is one of the most dramatic moments of the entire war.
Among the Confederate defenders of Missionary Ridge, the scene was pandemonium and confusion. With that, there was nothing left for the Confederates to do but get away as quick as they could, and they fled down the back slope of Missionary Ridge as fast as they could run.
Colonel C. Irvine Walker of the 10th South Carolina Infantry.
I don't think any feat of the war can equal their attack on Missionary Ridge. If only our men had held their ground, it would have been child's play. But instead, they fled panic-stricken before the enemy. When I saw the men running, I could not believe that these were the heroes of Shiloh, Perryville, Oak Hills, and Chickamauga.
Bragg orders a retreat into Georgia. With the Confederate defeat at Chattanooga, the gateway to the deep South has been pried open. A junior officer from Bragg's army later calls the defeat at Missionary Ridge the death knell of the Confederacy. The battles of Chickamauga and Chattanooga result in 30,000 casualties for the Army of Tennessee. Some 2,500 give their lives to the Confederate cause. Two weeks after the battles for Chattanooga, Dulcinea Calloway receives another correspondence.
Mrs. J.K. Calloway, it now falls to my unhappy lot to write you a short letter letting you know what has become of your much-beloved husband, Lieutenant Joshua K. Calloway, who fell in the Battle of Missionary Ridge, mortally wounded. While rallying his company, he was shot through the bowels with a minie-ball. We picked him up and started off the field when he asked us to lay him down and die. I have every reason to believe he's gone to a better land, where there's no more war. The company and officers deeply sympathize with you in his loss. But what is your loss and our loss is his eternal gain. W.F. Aycock, Lieutenant Company K, 28th Alabama Regiment.
With the death of her husband and the knowledge now that he's not coming home, Dulcinea Calloway has to begin envisioning a future that she is going to create for her children on her own. And she's just like so many other white women in the South, because 18% of Southern white men of military age died in this war. That's a significant loss, and it left many widows behind. And these widows, though, what choice do they have? They have to move on.
By the end of 1863, the war in the East remains a stalemate. But the Western theater is, thus far, a stunning success for Union forces. Since the war began, the North has been victorious at Forts Henry and Donelson, Shiloh, Corinth, Stones River, Vicksburg, and Chattanooga. For the South, the Union Navy has captured the major port of New Orleans and now controls the entire Mississippi River. Equally important is the naval blockade along the Gulf Coast that is squeezing the life out of the Confederate economy.
And now the armies are poised on the border of Georgia, and you can push down into not just Georgia, but Alabama. And you can really strike that final dagger into the heart of the Western Confederacy.
That dagger is now in the hands of Union General William Tecumseh Sherman. That's because Lincoln has promoted Ulysses S. Grant to Lieutenant General, making him General-in-Chief of all Union armies. Grant chooses to make his field headquarters with the Army of the Potomac in its fight in Virginia.
And so what Lincoln is hoping, based on his horrible experience with generals in the East, that if he can bring Grant from the West to the East, Grant is going to do in the East what he did in the West. Grant understands what Lincoln's understood for several years, that to win this war, the Union has to attack the Confederacy simultaneously everywhere.
In Virginia, Grant will attempt to do what no Union general has been able to accomplish: accept the unconditional surrender of Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia.
People in the North might have sat back and said, well, the war is almost over now. Victory is within reach. Grant is ready to move on Richmond. Sherman is ready to move on Atlanta. We'll just start counting the weeks now until the war ends. And then it all dried up.
May 1864. A succession of battles in the confused terrain northwest of Richmond results in a bloodbath for the Union Army of the Potomac. At the battles of Wilderness, Spotsylvania Courthouse, and Cold Harbor, Grant's forces suffer a staggering 50,000 casualties. The catastrophic loss of life helps to fuel a growing anti-war movement in the North. A vocal faction of the Democratic Party, dubbed Copperheads by their Republican rivals, vehemently denounce Lincoln's war policies. One New York Copperhead writes, "The war is murder, nothing else."
If you look at how politics is being done on the ground in 1864, what's been happening? In Ohio, Clement Laird Vallandigham, an Ohio Democratic congressman who has actually been arrested for anti-war activities and expelled into the ranks of the Confederacy, is now running for governor of Ohio from his vantage point across the border in Canada. And he has thousands upon thousands of people turning out in rallies to support him. The governor of New York is now a Democrat. The governor of New Jersey is now a Democrat. All of them very public, very vehement in their denunciation of the Emancipation Proclamation and the Lincoln administration.
The Copperheads not only demand Lincoln's ouster, but also an immediate peace treaty with the Confederacy. They will become a political force in a year when Lincoln faces re-election. While Grant's offensive stalls in Virginia, Sherman begins to move his army of 100,000 from Chattanooga into Georgia. His mission? To capture Atlanta, a major manufacturing center and industrial hub of the Confederate war machine. Its 4 railroad lines bind together what is left of the Confederacy.
The purpose of ultimately taking Atlanta was to also bring havoc and destruction to the Confederacy's ability to field troops, to supply them, to keep their economy going.
Rail lines run through Atlanta. Munitions are being produced in Atlanta. Clothing is being produced in Atlanta. You have to strike that last, not just vulnerable place, you have to strike that last important place.
Marching towards Atlanta with 111th Illinois Infantry is Austin Gilmore, a former slave from Tennessee who has volunteered to fight. Austin, however, will not serve as a soldier, but rather as a cook. Like many in the North, Sherman does not trust the fighting abilities of the African Americans. After the war, he writes, the Negro should be a free man, but not put on any equality with whites. But hundreds of miles west, at places like Port Gibson, Mississippi, and Milliken's Bend, Louisiana, African Americans have already proven Sherman wrong.
Let my people go.
In June 1863, along the Mississippi River at Milliken's Bend, Black soldiers put up fierce resistance to a Confederate attack.
At Milliken's Bend, you have untrained soldiers from Mississippi who do not really know how to fire their weapons. They end up in hand-to-hand combat. They started using their bayonets and using their muskets as clubs. And once you hear the stories of those who served in combat, how they fought, then you realize they really are making a statement. They're making it with their blood.
Assistant Secretary of War Charles A. Dana writes of the Battle of Milliken Bend. The bravery of the blacks completely revolutionized the sentiment of the Army with regard to the employment of Negro troops. But with their service has also come tragedy and controversy. As Sherman prepares for the Atlanta campaign, a detachment of Confederate cavalry attacks Fort Pillow, a Union post along the Mississippi River. It is 40 miles north of Memphis. The cavalry is under command of Nathan Bedford Forrest. To this day, Forrest is at once reviled and revered. Before the war, he made a fortune in the slave trade. Enlisting as a private, Forrest's daring battlefield exploits has seen him rise to the rank of Major General. Among the 500-plus defenders of Fort Pillow are 262 men of the U.S. Colored Artillery. As they attempt to surrender, many of the soldiers are killed. Confederate Sergeant Achilles V. Clark wrote, "The poor deluded Negroes would run up to our men, fall upon their knees, and with uplifted hands scream for mercy. But they were ordered to their feet and shot down. 200 of the 262 black soldiers at Fort Pillow are killed." A federal investigation after the war concludes most were shot after the Union garrison had surrendered. The slaughter at Fort Pillow enrages people throughout the North. In the South, the Congress of the Confederate States adopts a resolution expressing its appreciation for forest. With thousands of African Americans now fighting for the Union, Confederate President Jefferson Davis makes it clear that captured black soldiers will not be treated as prisoners of war, but rather as slaves, to be returned to bondage. Which makes the story of Emma Stevenson all the more remarkable. Like Austin Gilmore, Emma is emancipated. Now, marching towards Atlanta with Sherman's army, Emma is a nurse with the 17th Army Corps.
I think a part of performing that kind of work is that you want to have a stake in liberating your people and in essentially liberating yourself. That's a powerful message. And so it's very important for Americans to know that there were Emma Stevensons in the midst of the war.
In Sherman's Way, 30 miles south of Chattanooga, is a Confederate army of 65,000 men. Braxton Bragg has been replaced with General Joseph Johnston. Johnston knows that the very future of the Confederacy depends on protecting Atlanta.
Keep it moving.
At every opportunity, Johnston's men build miles of makeshift fortifications. For the Confederates, outnumbered almost 2-1, trench warfare is an effective defensive strategy. One good man behind earthworks, writes an officer, should prevail over 4 or 5 opponents advancing in the open without cover. The Federals respond with trenches of their own.
Keep your head down, gentlemen.
Often the opposing earthworks lie within a few yards of each other.
Keep your head down, Jack. There he is. Got him.
Sergeant Johnny Green is a Confederate with the 9th Kentucky Infantry.
Anyone who shows his head above the trenches is sure to have 2 or 3 mini-balls come singing around his ears. But we soon got so accustomed to it that the boys grew very careless.
Keep your heads down, gentlemen. Keep your heads down, man. Hit your target, but keep your heads down.
For the past month in northern Georgia, Sherman and Johnston have been waging a deadly game of chess. Time and again, Sherman has tried to outflank the Confederate army. Each time, his moves have been checked by Johnston. But in the process, the Confederate general has been forced to yield precious ground. By mid-June 1864, Johnston's army is backed up to within 20 miles of Atlanta. Caught in the crossfire in the campaign for Atlanta are the people of Cobb County, Georgia. Population 14,000. About 1/3 of those are slaves. Most of the residents are not wealthy plantation owners, but yeoman farmers who do not own slaves.
Hurry, girls, hurry!
Lucinda Casey is a widow.
That's it, let's go!
She struggles to keep the family farm while raising 3 children.
Louisa, get her. Louisa, will you help her, please? Come on, Nancy.
As Sherman's army approaches, Lucinda and daughters Louisa, Nancy, and Hazeltine quickly pack their belongings and flee to the safety of Atlanta. In June 1864, more than 100,000 soldiers from both Confederate and Union armies ravage Cobb County. At Lucinda Casey's home, nothing is spared.
As Sherman's troops made their way through Georgia, it showed that this war had changed. It had clearly become closer to the lives of civilians. No longer was the war something fought at a distance, something that was on some remote battlefield. That kind of distance between home front and battlefield had collapsed. That really there wasn't much of a distinction anymore. And the war was now literally on people's doorsteps.
Sherman has begun to craft this new style of warfare. One of the ways that you dominate, one of the ways that you completely control, is that everything has a military objective. Everything. Every gin, every barn, every horse, every cow, and every civilian. Everything becomes a military objective.
By mid-June, Sherman's army has moved within striking distance of his objective. Only one last mountain remains between Sherman and Atlanta. Kennesaw Mountain is over 1,800 feet high and 2 miles long. Some call it the Gibraltar of Georgia. For Johnston, Kennesaw's rocky ridges are the ideal place to halt Sherman. The summit is a 700-foot precipice called Big Kennesaw. To the south is a spur named Pigeon Hill. Further south is a ridge soon to be known as Cheatham Hill. With an imposing 7-mile line of defense, the Confederates will dare Sherman to attack. Just 20 miles beyond Kennesaw Mountain is Atlanta.
So by the time that you get to Kennesaw, Sherman doesn't want to flank around to the west anymore. It's getting too far from this rail line. And flanking from the east, for whatever reason, didn't seem to be much of a discussed option. And so his third option was to attack.
In the pre-dawn hours of June 27th, Union officers receive Special Field Orders Number 28.
Major General Thomas will assault the enemy at any point near his center, to be selected by himself. Major General
At Kennesaw Mountain, Sherman decides on a new tactic. Instead of flanking, he orders a frontal assault.
but attack some one point of the enemy's line is near the
Upon hearing the order, an officer with the 86th Illinois responds by saying, "The stupidity of this order is enough to paralyze me."
By order of Major General W.T. Sherman.
A little after 8 a.m., the Battle of Kennesaw Mountain begins. 5,500 Federals surge up the steep slopes of Pigeon Hill, a knob just below Kennesaw Mountain. The attack is doomed from the start.
The Battle of Kennesaw Mountain goes against everything that Sherman has been talking about and has been trying to do. Why does he do? Why does he make this, assault, direct assault against dug-in troops on a high mountain? But why does he do this when it's clear that this is just not going to work?
Sherman orders all cooks and musicians to the Kennesaw battlefield to aid the wounded. Unarmed, Austin Gilmore attempts to save a Union soldier wounded on Pigeon Hill. The former slave is struck in the hip by a minie-ball. Yet Gilmore manages to drag the soldier to safety. The Union wounded are taken to a field hospital at the base of Kennesaw Mountain. It is a crude, open-air facility with little regard to sanitation. Antibiotics have not yet been discovered. Medical instruments go unsterilized. The overwhelmed surgeons work courageously, as do battlefield nurses like Emma Stevenson.
She was in a hospital where there was probably not enough room for all of the patients there. So it was crowded, it was loud, it was horrifying. And yet she still chose this line of work. It says something about her determination to become free, her determination to do what she could to ensure that the Union Army had the labor and the resources it needed to win this war.
Sherman's frontal assault on Pigeon Hill is a disaster.
Keep putting it into him! Come on, lads, put it in!
An officer with the 53rd Ohio sums up the fight on Pigeon Hill by saying, "The rebels fought with a desperation worthy of a better cause." Simultaneous to the fight on Pigeon Hill, Sherman launches the other wave of his main attack. It occurs not at Big Kennesaw, but 2 miles south at Cheatham Hill. In the woods below Cheatham Hill are 8,000 Union soldiers. To embolden his 52nd Ohio, Colonel Dan McCook recites a poem about warriors of ancient Rome.
Outspake brave Horatius, the captain of the gate, to every man upon this earth, death cometh soon or late. And how can man die better than facing fearful odds? For the ashes of your fathers and the temples of your gods.
Easy, boys, easy.
To reach the Confederate earthworks on Cheatham Hill,
Forward! March!
the Federals must advance across an open field
In battery! Heave!
and up a steep incline. It is a 400-yard march into certain death.
Come on, close up, lads, to the work!
The Civil War did not bring a new birth of freedom. The Civil War gave birth to profound and divisive questions that Americans continue to grapple with today. We might not find the answers in the Civil War, but we will certainly find the questions.
Forward! March!
20 miles north of Atlanta, Georgia, 8,000 Union soldiers launch an assault that they hope will break the back of Confederate resistance in the Deep South.
Come on, close up, lads, to the work! In battery! Heave!
Atop the rise, soon to be known as Cheatham Hill,
Come on, lads!
wait some 2,000 defenders from the Army of Tennessee. When the Yankees get within 40 yards, the Confederates unleash a murderous crossfire. A soldier from Tennessee remarked, "The cannons bellowed like mad bulls." With With their backs to Atlanta, the outnumbered Confederates atop Cheatham Hill are a dangerous, some say even a desperate foe. They believe victory and Southern independence can still be theirs. The bloodbath is just part of a larger fight known as the Battle of Kennesaw Mountain. On May 1st, 1864, 100,000 soldiers under the command of Union General William Tecumseh Sherman had marched south from Chattanooga, Tennessee, into northern Georgia. Sherman's goal? To destroy the Confederate Army of Tennessee. The added prize of the campaign is the industrial town of Atlanta, Georgia. Population 10,000. Atlanta's crucial rail network binds together what is left of the Confederacy. Blocking Sherman's advance to Atlanta was the Confederate Army entrenched atop Kennesaw Mountain. Since the campaign for Atlanta began, Sherman has tried to avoid battle by outflanking the Confederates. At Kennesaw Mountain, the Confederates dared Sherman to attack. Sherman obliged, ordering a disastrous frontal attack. Not on Kennesaw Mountain, but rather on nearby Pigeon Hill and Cheatham Hill.
He made a gigantic blunder. It was just a mistake on Sherman's part.
Outspake brave Horatius.
Just before the assault on Cheatham Hill, Colonel Dan McCook inspired his men with a poem about the warriors of ancient Rome.
And how can man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of your fathers and the temples of your gods?
McCook and his 52nd Ohio run the gauntlet, straight into the teeth of Confederate defenses on Cheatham Hill. Like Pickett's charge at Gettysburg, or the Federals storming St. Mary's Heights at Fredericksburg, the charge is a march into certain death.
Why did Civil War soldiers make charges that appear to us as murder? Did they do it out of love of comrade, out of a sense of duty? Without a question. But they also did it because they knew if they didn't do it, that they could be estranged from their comrades. They could be disowned by the people back home for not fighting manfully. They could be punished within their own army, humiliated. What carried them into that battle was that they had little choice because the consequences were so severe.
The assault takes them to a section of earthworks that will soon earn the name the Dead Angle. It is here that the Confederate line protrudes at a sharp angle. Sherman hopes Union forces can punch through and split his enemy in two. Ironically, the safest place for Union soldiers on Cheatham Hill is just below the earthworks. Confederate rifles in the headlogs above can't point downward at Union soldiers just a few feet away. Against all odds, McCook and a handful of others are able to make it to the Dead Angle. Alongside Colonel McCook is Private Samuel Canterbury of the 86th Illinois.
When I looked up, Colonel Dan was standing on the headlog above me. Colonel Dan, for God's sake, get down. They will shoot you. He turned partly around and said, "Damn you, attend to your own business." Then the gun was fired. Had I not pulled on his coat, I believe he would have fallen inside the rebel works.
At the dead angle, the Battle of Kennesaw Mountain turns its most savage. One Confederate wrote, "Hell all broke loose in Georgia, sure enough." Despite their heroic charge, the Union attackers are driven back. Yet some of the Federal survivors refuse to leave Cheatham Hill. Just below the dead angle, they dig into a fold of the slope. The dip in the hill conceals the Yankees from the enemy just 30 yards above. For the next 3 days, they will be pinned down in the blistering heat of the Georgia summer. For Sherman's troops, the frontal assaults at the Battle of Kennesaw Mountain are nothing short of butchery. More than 3,000 Union soldiers are dead, wounded, or missing. Behind their earthworks, the Confederates are bloodied and battered, but they are victorious. First Lieutenant Thomas Maney sums up the Confederate defense, saying, "Stand we must, and stand we did." President Abraham Lincoln receives news of the Union debacle. Victories at Gettysburg, Vicksburg, and Chattanooga have disintegrated into stalemate and uncertainty in Virginia and Georgia.
There's a great anti-war movement in the North. There are a lot of people who are tired of it. They're not concerned about abolition. They're concerned about their sons and brothers and fathers not coming home. And they're beginning to question the cost.
In more than 3 years of civil war, the cost is more than 300,000 Union casualties. For many Northern voters, the sacrifice is becoming simply too much to bear.
And it's at this point in the summer of 1864 that even Lincoln begins to lose hope, because 1864 is an election year. He's going to have to submit to the test of re-election. And the Democrats are nominating one of the most popular generals who ever served in the Union armies, George McClellan, the same George McClellan who has always been such a critic and an opponent of the Lincoln administration. George McClellan and Abraham Lincoln could not have been more different in every aspect than if they had been born on opposite poles.
Lincoln firmly believes the Union cannot be restored until total victory on the battlefield is achieved. McClellan, the former commander of the Army of the Potomac, also favors union, but believes it should be achieved by negotiating with the Confederacy, even if it means abandoning emancipation. Many in the North stand with McClellan.
People are sick and tired of learning that their sons and their husbands have been killed in this massive battle. And for what? For a bunch of slaves?
Since the war began, over 500,000 have escaped bondage, but nearly 3 million remain enslaved. If Lincoln is defeated in the coming election, his Emancipation Proclamation will likely be overturned by the McClellan administration.
Lincoln is balanced way, way out on a political limb, and that limb is already beginning to show signs of cracking. And unless something changes very, very, very dramatically, And very, very quickly, in the war situation, the branch that Lincoln is out on is going to crack under the sheer weight of public weariness and the attraction of George McClellan as the young Napoleon.
McClellan and Lincoln have been at odds almost since the very day Lincoln appointed him commander in 1862. When McClellan failed to pursue Robert E. Lee after the Union victory at Antietam, Lincoln fired him. Now, in 1864, the two adversaries will meet again, this time on the political battlefield. Two days after the Battle of Kennesaw Mountain, Confederate and Union forces remain in a standoff on nearby Cheatham Hill. More than 1,800 Union dead rot in the 100-degree heat. For some, a fate worse than death is to lie wounded along the Confederate earthworks. For more than 48 hours, they lie under the broiling sun with no food and no water. On the morning of June 29th, a white flag is raised near the dead angle. It's not flown by Union troops, but rather by Confederates. The stench from the Union dead is overwhelming. The Confederates offer a truce to bury the fallen. Slowly and cautiously, negotiating parties from both sides emerge. The officers agree to a 2-hour truce. Together, Union and Confederate soldiers begin the gruesome task of burying the dead. During the truce, there are no Yankees, no rebels. On Cheatham Hill this day, there are only Americans.
It's the better angels of humanity exhibiting itself when the darker angels seem to be in command. Is these moments that are a direct opposite of the context of the violence.
One Confederate remarked of the strange sight of peace and unity. After the 2-hour truce was over, another soldier remembered, both sides resumed their efforts to kill and maim and cripple. The Battle of Kennesaw Mountain is the latest in a series of fights in what is known as the Western Theater. The East has seen titanic battles, but little ground has been exchanged. In the West, the opposite. Battles have been decisively won and lost. Great distances have been covered and crucial territory gained. By June 1864, the Union is now on the doorstep of Atlanta. But in this election year, the Confederacy has an unexpected ally: time.
What had to happen is the South simply had to survive. The North has to win. And it looks like in the summer of '64, there's a chance that the North will not be able to win and the South will have held out long enough.
Which in part explains the Confederates' next move at Kennesaw Mountain. On day 7 of the standoff at Cheatham Hill, a detachment of Union soldiers emerges from the defenses to investigate an odd silence coming from the Confederate earthworks. Despite achieving a tactical victory, General Joseph Johnston has little choice but to withdraw his outnumbered Confederates. They form a defensive position along the northern reaches of Atlanta. Johnston's caution infuriates Confederate President Jefferson Davis. On July 17th, he relieves Johnston and replaces him with one of the most impressive officers in Lee's army. Lieutenant General John Bell Hood was wounded at Gettysburg and had his leg shot off at Chickamauga.
Sherman's immediate reaction is, this is great, this is terrific, because Hood has a reputation of being an aggressive general who is not going to just fall back the way Joe Johnston fell back. He's going to go on the offensive.
You know, he's rash to the point of being overly rash. He's very bold, and he's going to fight.
And even as Hood took over command, Sherman was already in motion, had his troops in motion for another turning movement that Hood would now have to fight to stop.
Sherman aims to destroy Atlanta's railroads, supply lines to and from the rest of the Confederacy. To the north, the Union already controls the Western and Atlantic. But the eastbound Georgia Railroad eventually leads all the way to Richmond. The Macon and Western rails roll south to Savannah and the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlanta and West Point Railroad leads southwest to Alabama and eventually to the Gulf of Mexico. The coming battle for Atlanta will not only be the climactic event in the Western theater, it will be one of the most important battles of the entire war. To take Atlanta, Sherman splits his force into 3. The Army of the Tennessee swings to the southeast. The Army of the Ohio moves in from the northeast to destroy the Georgia Railroad, and the Army of the Cumberland crosses Peachtree Creek to attack from the north. Just as Sherman's troops cross Peachtree Creek, Hood proves he will indeed fight. The Union force is bloodied, but holds off Hood's savage attack. Hood's soldiers fall back to Atlanta. At the Battle of Peachtree Creek, the Confederates lose 2,500 men, nearly 3 times as many as the Union. Two days later, Hood again goes on the offensive. He sends almost his entire army on a 15-mile march to attack the flank and rear of the Union Army to the east of Atlanta. In what becomes known as the Battle of Atlanta, Union commander James B. McPherson is killed. McPherson is the highest-ranking Union officer to die in battle during the war. As at Peachtree Creek, the Confederates fight desperately. And again, Hood's beaten force is driven back to the defenses of Atlanta. In this single day of fighting, known as the Battle of Atlanta, Hood loses 8,000 more men. It is the bloodiest battle of the Atlanta campaign.
John Bell Hood in Atlanta, I think, is a disaster for the Confederates. There is no way, I don't think, that he could accomplish what he's thinking of doing. He doesn't have the wherewithal, strategically or tactically, to do what he wants to do.
What Hood has done is show Sherman that Atlanta will not be taken without a desperate struggle. Thus far, Sherman has lost more than 5,000 soldiers. In nearby Marietta, the Masonic Hall has been transformed into a field hospital. One of the nurses is Emma Stevenson.
What are you doing sitting on the ground?
Emma was born a slave in the border state of Kentucky.
Tired, son. You're tired.
Emma was emancipated when she joined Sherman's army as a nurse in the spring of 1864.
But she chooses to serve humanity, and she chooses to serve both black and white people. Despite the brutalities and the horrors of an institution that was meant to denigrate people into objects, here is a woman who rises above that. She chooses to be of service. She chooses to show compassion.
One of the soldiers under Emma's care is Asa Sofer of the 30th Illinois.
Mother, I take my pen in hand to write you a few lines. I hope you are well. I am in a building and dry. The few nurses here work all day and night. We have a slave woman who cares for us on this floor. She has kindness and treats us with tender care. But my only hope is to come home to you. Asa.
Asa Sofer never makes it back to Illinois. He dies from his wounds in the summer of 1864. Emma Stevenson succumbs on July 16th, most likely from disease. Emma was buried amongst the soldiers she served. During the Civil War, more die from dysentery, typhoid, and other diseases than they do from wounds on the battlefield. "600 miles to the north, near Richmond, Virginia, Generals U.S. Grant and Robert E. Lee are engaged in bitter trench warfare. The Union and Confederate armies dig in at Petersburg, a critical rail center connecting Virginia to Atlanta and the Southern Confederacy. As at Vicksburg a year earlier, Grant attempts to bomb the enemy into submission.
Grant, the victor in so many places out west, has moved east, but he can't finish Lee off. And so Sherman really becomes very, very central. Can he take Atlanta? Can he capture it?
The answer at the beginning of August is unequivocally no. The Battle of Atlanta is a Union victory, but the city of Atlanta is still in the hands of the Confederates. It's ringed with a network of earthworks and defenses. After the Union disaster at Kennesaw Mountain, a frontal assault is out of the question. Another Hood attack, this one west of Atlanta at Ezra Church, results in yet another Confederate bloodbath. But once again, the Southern forces escape to the defenses of Atlanta. Meanwhile, Atlanta's supply lines south of the city remain open. Like Grant at Petersburg, Sherman's assault on Atlanta has turned into a stalemate. While his troops recover from Hood's reckless attacks, Sherman turns to Union artillery. He vows to make the inside of Atlanta too hot to be endured. In the spring of 1864, people in the North had been confident that Grant's campaign in Virginia and Sherman's Atlanta campaign would bring an end to the war. Now, 3 months later, many are losing hope. Henry Raymond, the editor of the New York Times, writes, "Unless some prompt and bold step be now taken, all is lost." Like the Confederates in Virginia and Georgia, Lincoln, too, is under siege.
When military operations outside Richmond and Atlanta stalled, Lincoln thought his presidency was doomed. The Northern public turned against him, his administration, his generals. Lincoln faced tremendous dissent within the nation.
With Atlanta and Petersburg under siege, delegates from around the North descend upon Chicago, Illinois, for the Democratic National Convention. It's a bitter, raucous affair, but the delegates unanimously nominate George McClellan.
And in a way, I suppose that election of 1864 and that election season may have been the most critical juncture in the nation's history. If I were a wagering man in August of 1864, and I was laying bets on who was going to be elected, who was the most popular with the people, then the smart money would have gone with George McClellan.
In its party platform, the Democrats declare the war a failure and call for a negotiated peace. The platform states the war is being fought under the pretense of a military necessity, and that the Constitution itself has been disregarded. It also boldly calls for an immediate ceasefire with a view to an ultimate convention of all the states.
Whether McClellan agreed with that, difficult to say, but McClellan, if elected, would have faced insurmountable pressure within his own party to bring this conflict to a premature close. It would have been a close that could have very well resulted in two separate nations, and of course, one of those nations still clinging to the institution of slavery.
The idea of the election of George McClellan and its impact, not just on the war, but on emancipation and slavery, is the kind of thing that makes me want to put my head in my hands. Because had McClellan been elected, then certainly he would have gone to the negotiating table with the Confederates. And if he had gone to the negotiating table with the Confederates, they would have folded their arms and said, there is no way under the sun that we are going to come back into the Union without our slaves as slaves. So the Emancipation Proclamation would have, and I'm confident in saying this, it would have simply been put aside as an aberration of the Lincoln administration, as an unlawful, unconstitutional seizure of imperial power by an overweening president. So take the Emancipation Proclamation out of the picture completely.
On the very day the Democrats nominate George McClellan, Sherman is taking the prompt and bold move that newspaper editor Henry Raymond called for. Many in Atlanta, including Hood himself, believe Sherman is in retreat and that the battle for Atlanta is won. Sherman is indeed on the move, but is not in retreat. Instead, he sends most of his Union force on a wide sweep, west and south of Atlanta. 20 miles south, at Jonesboro, they begin destroying the Macon and West Railroad. Their action will cut Atlanta off from the rest of the Confederacy. Hood again responds by attacking. At the town of Jonesboro, the Union force is ready. A Yankee soldier described the approaching Confederates as an infuriated mob. At Jonesboro, the Federals unleash what one soldier called a murderous fire of grape shrapnel and musketry. After desperately defending Atlanta for 6 weeks, the Confederates have little fight left. The 2-day clash at Jonesboro leaves the outnumbered and bloodied Confederates on the brink of exhaustion. The Federal rout leaves Hood and the battered Army of Tennessee no choice. They must abandon Atlanta. On September 2nd, 1864, Union forces enter the devastated city. Before evacuating, Confederate officers had ordered the destruction of 5 locomotives and 81 boxcars packed with ammunition. For the residents of Atlanta, the blast is a thunderous exclamation point to the Union victory. On September 3rd, Sherman wires Washington with news that reverberates throughout North and South. Atlanta is ours and fairly won.
Atlanta's loss was a blow to the Southern psyche. It signified to ordinary Southerners that their own armies couldn't defeat them, that their own armies couldn't even protect and defend a city as important as Atlanta.
The fall of Atlanta into Sherman's hands in September of 1864 was like a spout of cold, clear water in the middle of the Sahara Desert, politically speaking. It was exactly the thing that refreshed Northern public opinion, gave it confidence, once again made it clear that the war was in fact being won and that it should be seen through to that conclusion. The fall of Atlanta was the greatest political gift Abraham Lincoln could ever have received. And that was how Northern public opinion interpreted it, because in the end of the day, nothing succeeds like success.
For Lincoln, success is not limited to Atlanta.
Federal victories in the Shenandoah Valley, at Mobile, altogether confirmed in people's minds that this war's end was within reach. And they went to the polls and overwhelmingly voted Abraham Lincoln to a second term.
In November, Lincoln achieved something he failed to do in the 1860 election. He wins the popular vote. More than 3/4 of Union soldiers fighting the war vote for Abraham Lincoln. With the election decided, Sherman convinces Lincoln and Grant to let him deliver a final crushing blow in the Deep South. One that he says will make Georgia howl.
Sherman is now thinking about that next phase of the war, which is to move across the heart of Georgia, which has largely been untouched, and take it to the populace in a military-styled maneuver.
On November 15, 1864, Sherman's force of 60,000 begins a 250-mile march towards Savannah and the sea. By Sherman's design, the march to the sea is largely unopposed. Union soldiers freely and systematically descend upon farms. They take livestock and feed from the newly harvested crops. His soldiers tear up railroads and destroy anything that can be used to aid the Southern war effort. In the end, Sherman's march to the sea sends an undeniable message that rings throughout the entire Confederacy.
What Sherman is saying to the Confederates in marching to the sea is, you don't have a prayer. That if you don't surrender, if you don't quit this war, your infrastructure, your interior is going to be destroyed. There is no hope. You must quit. And he does. He gets into the psyche of the Confederate civilian and soldier. And I sometimes have argued that he got into that psyche of the Southerner so much that he's still there in some areas today.
On December 22nd, Sherman telegraphs Washington with news that Savannah has been captured. He offers the city and 25,000 bales of hay to the president as a Christmas present. Yet Sherman's triumph in Savannah is mired in controversy and tragedy. Upon leaving Atlanta, Sherman's army was followed by a growing number of escaping slaves. For some Union officers, the refugees from slavery became a burden. 25 miles outside of Savannah, Union engineers constructed a pontoon bridge over Ebenezer Creek. After the last soldier crossed, the bridge officer ordered the bridge dismantled. Stranded on the other side were some 5,000 terrified refugees. In close pursuit was Confederate cavalry under the command of Joseph Wheeler. Terrified, some of the escaping slaves jumped into the creek's icy waters. Many drowned. Soon, Wheeler's cavalry arrived. Some of the refugees were reportedly shot. Wheeler ordered the rest to be returned to their masters. None of Sherman's officers responsible for the tragedy at Ebenezer Creek are ever reprimanded. Sherman may have been victorious at Atlanta, but he did not destroy Hood's army. Like their commander, the Confederate Army of Tennessee is crippled, bloodied, and still dangerous. Remarkably, while Sherman makes his march to the sea, Hood's force moves in the opposite direction, towards Nashville.
You have a Confederate army of some 30,000 that is still mobile and still a threat. And truly, it is Hood's army that is the last hope of anything for the Confederacy. And it is a very, very desperate time.
Once again, Hood will fight. This time, along the Harpeth River in the small town of Franklin, Tennessee. As he did time and again in Atlanta, Hood orders his men into a frontal assault. Hood's Confederates make a desperate, some say suicidal, attack on the entrenched Union Army.
Hood's army is essentially destroyed, crippled on the field south of Franklin. What you see at Franklin is the last gasp. What you see at Franklin is what you don't see anywhere else. What you see at Franklin are 20,000 Confederate soldiers who have been at Shiloh, Perryville, Murfreesboro, Chickamauga, Chattanooga, Peachtree Creek, Atlanta, Jonesboro, Kennesaw. They've been everywhere. What you saw at Franklin was a very emotional, dark, sad look into who we were as Americans. That you had this one group of men who had been through hell and back, who were willing to just put it all on the line one last time. Surrender was not an option. Death was a preferable option. I think they saw what they perceived as their way of life disintegrating in front of their eyes. It was all going to be over. Their way of life would not exist. And they were correct, because America changed fundamentally because of this war.
The slaughter at Franklin prompts memories of Pickett's charge at Gettysburg. The Confederates lose 6,200 men, including 6 generals. Private Sam Watkins of the 1st Tennessee called it the blackest page in the history of the war. 2 weeks later, what is left of Hood's army is soundly defeated at Nashville. For all intent and purposes, the Battle of Nashville is the end of the Army of Tennessee. Its commander, John Bell Hood, soon resigns. With his nemesis now subdued in Tennessee, Sherman launches a final punishing blow. In January 1865, his force turns north from Savannah and blazes a path of destruction through the Carolinas.
Well, what Sherman does is he wins in the Western theater, and then he moves into the East. When he's going through the Carolinas toward Virginia, that's the Eastern theater. So the West indeed comes east.
To Sherman's north is Petersburg, where Lee's battered Army of Northern Virginia has been under siege for 9 months.
One of the things that Lee had to think about, and almost the chief thing that Lee had to think about, was the fact that Sherman was coming with 100,000 veterans, and that within a few weeks, Sherman's 100,000 men would join Grant, nearly doubling the size of Grant's force.
On April 2nd, 1865, Lee evacuates Petersburg and Richmond, escaping in the only direction he can, west. At Appomattox Courthouse, his exhausted Army of Northern Virginia is run down by Union cavalry. On April 9th, Lee surrenders to Grant. 17 days later, in Durham, North Carolina, Sherman accepts the surrender of 30,000 Confederates, including what was left of the Army of Tennessee. In the South, the war leaves unimaginable destruction to the homes, farmsteads, and cities in its path. Also in ruins is its economy. The destruction is insignificant compared to the loss of human life. In May 1861, the 1st Tennessee marched from Nashville with 1,000 men. When they surrendered 4 years later, only 65 remain. Sam Watkins is one of them. He writes, "The bones of our brave Southern boys lie scattered over our loved South." Watkins makes it back to his Tennessee home. Some 250,000 Confederate soldiers never do. They are buried in a series of simple and largely forgotten cemeteries scattered across the South. With the end of the war, nearly 4 million human beings are no longer considered property.
There was a passage of the 13th Amendment that stated that slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist except for its punishment of a crime.
And so there is this moment of hope right after the Civil War that in fact the country can become what Jefferson had intoned.
The 14th Amendment, written to protect civil rights, and the 15th Amendment, which prohibits the government from denying citizens a vote, are also ratified within 5 years of the war's end. The progress is short-lived. By the end of Reconstruction, many of the very same politicians and soldiers who supported the Confederacy are elected back into office. The journey from civil war to civil rights will be long and arduous.
They started passing laws limiting black freedoms. The violence against African Americans is permitted. The law will turn a blind eye to what's going on. And by the time Reconstruction ends in 1877, you'll now have 90 years of a different struggle, where African Americans will once again have to fight for their freedoms. This will culminate in what we will see as the modern civil rights movement, starting after World War II.
"36 days before his death in 1865, Abraham Lincoln expressed his vision of a reunited nation. In his second inaugural address, Lincoln spoke of binding up a nation's wounds. In the smoldering ash of civil war, his was a message of forgiveness and hope.
No malice, then. Let's have charity for all. Let's establish a just and a lasting peace with ourselves and with all nations. What a novelty that Lincoln wants to end this war without mass trials, without political executions, without a Nuremberg courtroom. And people looked at that and said, that's not what we want. We want blood. We want vengeance. And Lincoln says, there's already been too much blood and too much vengeance. Let's admit our guilt. Let's admit that we are equally guilty. Let's look at each other and see that we are all sinners and have fallen short.
The price of those sins is staggering. More than 1 million Union and Confederate casualties. The sacrifice was not limited to white Americans. More than 20,000 Hispanics fought for North and South, as did some 28,000 Native Americans. 200,000 African Americans also joined the Union cause. many of them former slaves. Some 40,000 died defending their right to be free. In many ways, 150 years later, the wounds have not yet healed.
The Civil War is not that far in our past. Many families still feel very closely tied to those who fought in this war. The meaning of that war, slavery, emancipation, freedom, that is something that we're still wrestling with today. We are still fighting, we're still trying to realize and really carry out the legacy and of what those men fought for.
It was those who fought that took the first steps to bind our nation's wounds. On the anniversaries of the great battles of the Western Theater, the veterans would gather at places like Shiloh and Vicksburg. Their legacies would be the preservation of the grounds consecrated with the blood of their fellow soldiers. In 1895, Chickamauga became the first national battlefield to be created. Shiloh and Vicksburg soon followed. The battlefields of the Civil War are powerful reminders of the loss, but they are also powerful symbols of the freedoms gained. A nation where now all men are created equal.
By all historical rights, the Civil War should have destroyed us as a nation. We should have been able to look back and say, democracy was an interesting moment, a wonderful theory. But the Civil War showed that, in fact, democracy cannot be trusted. Because at the end of the day, people cannot get along on their own. People need to be governed. What we saw in our American Civil War was what every wise head in Europe wagged and said, see? The Americans thought they could create a democracy. You see, even the Americans couldn't make it work. The Civil War was a trauma that we emerged from with democracy intact. Not only intact, but stronger. Being able to stand up to the world and say, you know, democracy is not inherently defective. Democracies do not just fall apart at the stress of the first pressure that's put on them. Democracies are so important a thing that ordinary people are willing to die to preserve them. They are willing to die in the name of a proposition that all men are created equal. Democracy is something transcendent, something worth dying for, something worth incorporating into a notion that trumps even race. And we won against all odds. We won and we went forward from that. So much so that democracy has almost been what we now today think of as a default position. Democracy is what people normally should desire. No one thought that in 1860. We could have lost it not only for ourselves, we could have lost it for the entire world. But the Civil War showed not only that we could design a democracy, it showed not only that we could write a constitution, it showed that we could not only function in periods of isolation and peace, it showed that under the greatest stress imaginable, a civil war, a democracy could live and prosper and emerge stronger. That was the greatest accomplishment of all.